Cada año, a lo largo de toda la región, un desafío es anunciado. Un enfrentamiento que convoca a los mejores guerreros. El llamado a la batalla se hace escuchar. Y con ello, la decisión de poner a prueba sus más grandes habilidades. Sin importar los adversarios y obstáculos que se presenten en el camino. Todo por demostrar su fortaleza y supremacía frente a los más poderosos rivales. beastcoast, Kokori, Thunder Predator, Echo Boys, Team Brasil, Omega Gaming, Unknown Team, Latam Defenders. Solo uno de ellos logrará la hazaña y obtendrá la gloria. ¡Victory!
Next match.
Unknown Team
versus
beastcoast.
Bueno, tiene buenos jugadores, ¿no? Y están haciendo un buen trabajo últimamente y están jugando bien. Es un equipo nuevo, por así decirlo, que se ha formado porque han sacado jugadores de distintos equipos y tiene potencial, creo, ¿no?
El torneo creo que es muy importante porque cada equipo va a demostrar que está preparado para las DPC que se vienen en enero. No creo que los equipos se lo tomen a broma este torneo, la verdad. Sí, va a estar interesante, la verdad, porque va a demostrar que estamos preparados para las DPC.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Movistar Liga coverage here on ePulse Gaming. Thank you guys for tuning in. We have ourselves now a draft between Beast Coast and Unknown. This is going to be our first match, Group A losers match of our GSL format bracket. As one of these two teams will be eliminated, and another team is going to have to play the decider match versus the loser of yesterday, which was the Echo Boys. Team Brazil already qualified then into the playoffs, and they are going to be safe along with Thunder Predator. So we've got another match coming up next, which is Latam Defenders versus Omega Gaming.
10 seconds.
Sorry about that. We're going to be getting right underway. Just a quick notice, of course, we do have not PSG LGD. The important thing is we have Madara on Beast Coast rather than Hector. Currently is what it seems to be, according to the Wikipedia. I'm not sure. Maybe perhaps Hector on a bit of a break. But for now, that is going to be the case.
Radiant team ban.
Unknown, it looks like they're, for the most part, all the same. From what I can see, that's going to be Drakil and Yadomi as well. Oh, no, Yadomi's already there. Berna. One of those should be Berna then. Either way, it's going to be already our first two picks out of the way. We're getting into the ban phase. So far, still a Sven, still a PA in the pool, but clearly Unknown thinking of some sort of more vulnerable melee offlaner they don't want to set a Chiro up for. Could be Beast Coast. I mean, obviously, with the Slaughter here, that they'd also probably appreciate the Drow ban, but they also have Gyro. And now the PL out of the way. We saw PL yesterday. Didn't do very well. In fact, all of our games yesterday were quite one-sided. So I'm just hoping for some good matches overall today.
Seconds remaining.
Beast Coast here with last pick on our first map. It's going to be up to them to decide here ultimately where they're going to put that Rubik. Of course, without Hector, the carry is going to have to be probably a little bit more of a standard one. Madara, better known for his actually ranged heroes here, according to the Wikipedia. We're looking at heroes like his Morphling TB and the Troll Warlord. This is what the game will highlight. Plays a bit of Lifestealer, Huskar, Juggernaut, Ursa, TB, Sven, Troll.
10 seconds remaining.
70% win rate on the Lifestealer as well. And that one's going to be banned out by Unknown, who have been doing their homework.
Radiant team pick.
As the CK will come through then. Might be an offlane CK. That's where we tend to see it here in most positions. Does well in most offlanes. Versus the Rubik, it's going to be a little bit annoying, however, because of the Fade Bolts really drastically reducing your critical damage. So I'm surprised that they want to really have to try and deal with that. I think overall it does make sense, though. It's just going to be quite a strong lane. Probably going to be the Slaughter Rubik, though, but you can always run the Rubik as a 5 or just swap the lanes with him. The way Beast goes then with the Tiny. Could very well be Chris Luck on the mid lane Tiny, so keep that, of course, in the back of your head. As we continue on in this draft, that's always going to be the possibility for a flex pick. As there's going to be Madara. It should be his Sven. Like I said, when you have a stand-in, you kind of have to return to the more bread and butter sort of picks, you know, something a little bit more standard, a little bit more on the trail that is going to be a little bit more normal for you. Just to ensure that you're not going to be, you know, tripping yourself up with anything like that or another. Otherwise, you could find yourself in a little bit of trouble sometimes, especially with a stand-in. I mean, you know, a team like Beast Coast, who is kind of known for, I don't want to call them antics, but some of their more flexible heroes, right? You have yourselves some Hector on really whoever he feels like it. We saw on the ABBA, plenty of other, you know, sort of shenanigans in the mid lane and off lane from Beast Coast, mid lane Disruptor, position for Ursa, right? These are things that they're willing to run, or at least that they're willing to draft. So things that you need to be aware about. And when you play with a stand-in, sometimes you have to bring it back down a little bit just so everyone's on the same page. A little bit easier. We will have Unknown then, picking up the Lashrak. Common offlaner, common mid laner as well with the Chaos Knight. I mean, there's a possibility you can always run the CK mid. Could be an Earth Spirit mid. We saw an Earth Spirit mid yesterday, actually. It performed fantastic, to be honest, against a Void Spirit, I believe. But the Lush likely to be mid. Chaos Knight, probably the offlaner, and Earth Spirit is likely to be a position 5. Oh, this is interesting. So it seems like we've run out of a position, however, because Alina and Earth Spirit kind of both the 4s. So interesting. Unknown, then they're going to go ahead and get the Underlord banned. I mean, we need an offlaner, interestingly enough, for Beast Coast as well. So they think that Slaughter might be a safe lane one, perhaps, or a support.
10 seconds
the Sand King ban is a little bit confusing to me. To me, this Beast Coast draft looks a little bit more clear-cut in terms of what it actually is. I would assume that they need themselves... Well, let's see. You got Sven in your safe lane. Right now, I think it's a Tiny mid. A Slaughter off lane. I think you need a support here for Beast Coast, which I suppose the Sand King isn't a terrible one for sure. So we have Unknown Then up to Ben. 8 seconds left for Beast Coast. Let's take a look here. First Dota match of the day here. So we always get, you know, the warm-up draft. If I had to guess, I do, because of course I'm not going to be in the players' minds. I do suspect this is going to be a tiny mid for now. Against the Lesh, I can see a reason why you don't really want to run it. In fact, even the Earth Spirit against the tiny mid can be a bit rough, or the Lina even. Lots of heroes that cannot range or just out-damage him a little bit earlier on. So I think that's going to be of some concern. That was unknown. They will ban the Mars. It's another popular pick here for the side of East Coast. So they like to play that one on Whisper. They like to play it on Chris as well.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Last ban will be that Tide Hunter, which makes sense when you ban the Drow Ranger, as well as the Gyrocopter, right? Two heroes that can and usually like to stay out of range of the Watermelon. You can't always go for the Clinks, but we've seen that to some very mild success here throughout the couple past tournaments here in the NASA region. So I think teams more or less strain away from that one. Unknown.
Remaining.
They are going to be up for their pick. It's a bit scary. I mean, they have a nice flexible draft here, so they can kind of decide to take it in whatever direction they choose. Versus a Sven, they already have a good amount of mixed damage. Some pure damage potentially as well with the Lina. Some good lockdown, as they will then last pick the Venomancer. I suspect it'll be a 3 Veno, a mid Lesh, and then the carry CK with... The only other thing I could see is like it's a 5 Lesh, 4 Earth Spirit, mid lane Lina, safe lane CK, and an off lane Venomancer. So if you're Beast Coast, then maybe you want to draft a Dispel here. I think your mid lane is pretty tough though on this tiny though, if that's what you're going to resign it to. They're going to pick the Omni, so I believe it's going to be then... Alright, well obviously Madara's on the Sven. That would just make sense. It is Chris Luck Rubik. I was about to say, I think it's going to be a mid lane Rubik, and it is. So it'll be a position 5 Omni there running with the Sven. That's a pretty popular combo. Schofield Whisper in the off lane on the Slardar, and Stinger locks in the position 5 to support the stand in Madara. It will be then Berna, hard carry Chaos Knight. Robosetta mid lane on the Lesh versus the Rubik. I think that's going to be a good one. 4 and 5 respectively, Earth Spirit and Lina, and Drakil off lane Venomancer. I don't particularly like the 5 Lina, to be honest. I think the hero is a little bit item dependent. She does bring you a lot of damage in your safe lane, though. All of a sudden, with Berna on the CK, it does give you a lot of kill potential, so she could potentially try and farm out a couple items just through kills alone in the lane. Versus Whisper, though, and a Tiny, it's going to be a little bit difficult. That's not the squishiest of all lanes for you to actually go in on, but it's definitely really possible for them to actually try and make an effort out of that. Early tower push as well, definitely going to be favoring the side here of Unknown. Almost just guaranteed off of the fact that you do have yourself a... you do have yourself a Lashrak, as well as, of course, the CK, who's going to help you push quite a bit. We'll see here how the teams get it done as we're going to get underway for our first match of the day. The losers matches here. This is going to decide who is going to play in the deciding match versus the Yego Boys here in Group A between Unknown and Beast Coast. Best of 3 series, everyone, so plenty of Dota. Well, the docket for today. Thanks for tuning in. Hopefully you guys enjoy the coverage. Chris Luck then on the mid lane is going to be a little scary early on. Supports generally have some insane power peaks when you generally... Well, heroes that are generally played support, rather, in the mid lane generally have really, really insane power peaks early on because they're not quite... These heroes are just meant to peak early, right? It's the whole point of kind of supports. Especially someone like a Rubik who casually just gets 325 damage on a nuke, which you can amp by, 26%. No big deal. And then also he steals your spells, which he further amps. It's one of the very few games where I could actually see Rubik early on making use of a Diabolic Edict. Usually whenever Rubik steals Edict, he gets kind of sad because he almost always wants Pulse Nova or Lightning Storm, or at least the stun. Usually Rubik's a little bit too squishy to steal just about anything else that requires you to get too close to enemies. We'll see here as we get underway at the Horn how this mid lane. Rubik will go ahead and go. Whisper going to eat a double stun there, but that will allow Unknown then to secure 3 runes for now. Yadomi is going to be ran down a little bit by Schofield, but they can't really kill him. Just a toss in place. They're going to toss him now back to Chris Luck. Whisper in some trouble. The LSA is going to miss both. Now there's level 1 telekinesis into the Slytherin Crush. Yadomi is going to die. Schofield rotating around, has the opportunity for the auto attack to kill him, but instead will be a good support and ensure first blood on over to Chris Luck. That's going to give him his first null talisman up a little bit faster, 3% spell amp, more intelligence. He's going to be happy with that.
Your attempt was pathetic.
What'll it be here? Top lane, they're still fighting over Whisper, who's going to take a lot of damage here. It's a very difficult lane. Needs to be very, very careful here. They can kill him relatively easily, as we've just seen. But he does CS quite well in the first wave. He will get 2 with the creep denied away from him, however, which is always going to be not a very cash money experience. This is a very common, actually, off-lane duo. Stinger nearby, though, has the Dispel, so at least that's going to be a big benefit for him. But I think even Witch, starting off with an Orb of Venom, not quite. That would have been very, very toxic indeed, but you could definitely see a case for it this game. We'd see our mid lane Rubik here. So far, not so good, to say the least, which is surprising. Kind of lacks... I don't know. He's got a bad, I guess a worse animation. Lightning Storm makes it a lot easier to CS along with the Split Earth, as we're going to see a kill top lane then. Onto Yadomi. Whisper and Schofield are going to toss him back into his death. But I thought for sure that this one was going to be a little bit of an easier time here for the mid lane Rubik. Apparently not, as he's going to be now queuing up his second null talisman. It is Fade Bolt to get the kill. Yeah, Lightning Storm just makes it a little bit easier here for Roboseta, now that he has it level 2. I definitely would like to see him put a few points, however, into the Edict here, just so he's able to apply some pressure to the tower. Stinger is going to be stinging from the poison, but not enough to actually cancel his Clarity. Does have a little bit of regen left in this lane, but already it's going to start to get a little bit difficult for him here. Assuming, yep, there they go. They cancel the Clarity with a single Plague Ward. It is going to be the Plague Ward build for now on the Venomancer. No points in the Gale. No points, really, in that when they do have a Dispel available for you. No, they just rolled on in. Let's go ahead and check that out. Bottom. Now, Madara's just going to receive the Heavenly Grace Dispel. Status Resistant, he should be fine. Yeah, but already we see this Lush off to a pretty good start. Chris Luck now starting to strike back a little bit. He did have to take that Telekinesis level 1, which would explain the earlier sort of lack of last hits. Now that he has 2 points in the Fade Bolts, it should be a little bit easier for him. Where's Hector? I don't know. He's not here. There we go. Chris Luck now starting to see us a little bit easier. Got a bottle coming to him now. He's going to get a couple of right clicks out from the tower here onto Roboseta, which do end up hurting him. This Disco Pony does not quite enjoy taking damage from other sources like that, as Drakil and Widge are going to be able to close the gap on the Stinger. And they'll find a kill onto him easy enough. Level 2 Poison Sting here really does end up hurting him quite a bit. Top lane, it's going to be Berna in trouble, as there's going to be the toss into the Avalanche. Running in a straight line to dodge the LSA as well, as him and Whisper will string together enough damage for the kill onto the CK. So this top lane is kind of dangerous for both ways. For right now, though, we simply don't have damage on the Lina. We do need this level 3 for the point in Dragon Slave, which will make it a bit easier. Dramatically increases your damage output, but right now mid lane is going to be where it's at. Rune will spawn top lane. That should be an easy one for Chris Luck. Refill his bottle. As Roboseta is going to have to wait until at least a minute 5 Bounding Rune here. So far, so good for Madara. 17-2. He is being out-CS'd only by a single point here up in that top lane compared to the CK, but most importantly, he has not taken a death, so his experience is looking pretty decent right now. He can be fairly happy with what he's got going on, and he does, you know, get a couple of extra gold as well whenever he hits these Plague Wards. Currently, of course, the Plague Ward's not level 2, makes it a bit more difficult. A Stinger is going to just eat a Boulder Smash. He'll be fine, though. Quite the tanky hero, but Wiz keeping him at bay incredibly effectively here. It's a bit of an easier draft overall for Unknown, simply because they have heroes that kind of counter melee heroes with the Vena, with the Lesh. Lina, Earth Spirit excels against melee matchups, to be quite honest. CK doesn't really care because he closes the gap either way with Reality, but yeah, we can start to see this bottom lane definitely just taking a crap ton of damage here, just because of Plague Wards and just lots of damage over time. Stinger even taking a fair bit. Yeah, he's going to have to go ahead and pop that healing salve now. Wiz is going to kick a rock in his direction, but it's not going to connect, luckily, so he should be able to get full utility out of that salve. As we have now brown boots for our Rubik. Chris Luck then going to refill his bottle. Top lane. It looks like they're going to be sparring a bit. On to Berna they go, but not much really there. It's a harder kill than not, as they will have to now TP Madara back to the tier 1 tower, taking a fair bit of damage there, but with Warcry he's a-okay. Has the Morbid Mass now, double ring of regen. I think he just wants to get the heck out of this lane. Roboseta's going to find himself a haste rune. He could use this to gank, and he will. Rubik then already on the way up, looking to try and contest this stack. Will take a lot of damage from it, however, as in comes Roboseta now. Schofield is going to be the target here into the LSA, into the Split Earth as well. Plenty of damage for him. Down bottom, they are also getting a kill here onto Stinger, as they will be able to get his tower here relatively easy. Top lane, Roboseta's going to finish farming the wave. Level 6 is going to be given. That's going to be Split Earth stolen. Has 3 points as well in the Edict, but Roboseta then will TP home. He's happy with what he's gotten. Farms the stack for the most part, denies that away from the Rubik, gets a kill onto the enemy support, and it's a good day to be him. All right, now the Toll Booth of Pain is being set up. In fact, I might just get this tower here already. Plenty of Plague Wards here to distract the wave. You still have 2 creep alive, and the wagon here is doing great work as top lane. Let's not miss a kill. They might be actually turning here. Schofield and Stinger both all top lane. Great avalanche will connect onto 2, preventing the LSA from coming out until it's too late. Whisper, Stinger, and Schofield all diving the tower. As in comes now the Earth Spirit. He's going to roll in immediately. That'll stop the crush. Great LSA as well. Oh, but they've tossed Whisper right back onto Yadomi with Purification. That's more than enough damage. Rakil, after securing the bottom tower, will TP over as well. He's going to get the kill only onto the support, but has vision on Schofield. And the Poison Sting slow here as well to try and catch up, as he will not be able to find our little Tiny. Off and away he goes to safety then. But a big win for Unknown overall as they trade supports for supports. That is going to be quite a few deaths on the CK, though. 0-2-1, but he's going to go now back down to the bottom lane, where without this tier 1 tower, it's a bit safer for him to be farming. For now, though, it's just going to be Stack City for Yadomi. And it's going to try and get their Lesh off the ground and running. This mid lane, they are sparring. Pulse Nova on Pulse Nova. Roboseta has as well the Edict level 4 at the ready. As now will turn onto Whisper. He's going to eat a stun here as Whisper needing to get that purification to make sure he lives. Tiny, though, is going to be able to toss Avalanche. And that's going to be an easy kill. LSA only catches 1 there by Yadomi. And that's going to be mid laner for mid laner. Bit of an advantage, though. Full level advantage here for Roboseta here currently. Almost has the full Yule Scepter compared to... well, nothing here really on our Rubik. It looks like he's going maybe for a first item, Boots of Travel, or maybe even a Blink Dagger here to try and get the ball started here. So you're going to roll in. There's Wiz now into the bottom lane. They have nowhere to TP here to help Madara. He's farming a bit far, and they have plenty of damage from lots of crits there to secure the kill. Phantasm to farm up the wave. And right now, it's a really good time here to be on the Unknown side. 6-6, but they do have a pretty big advantage. These stacks as well are about to be triple stacked. Those are going to be pinged out, so Tiny going to be nearby, hoping to try and sap some of this experience. Right now, really only one person can farm this. Maybe 2, actually. Sven and the Lesh. But the Lesh is already going to get his work started here. Schofield running on in is going to look to be annoying as possible, but now they're going to be looking to invade as Chris Luck is here. The Fade Bolt, 3 heroes actually. Poison Nova to try and defend these stacks. Spell Stolen is going to be that Pulse Nova now. Chris Luck taking a lot of damage as we do have a pause and a disconnect from the side of Unknown. They don't have Explotó su PC. His PC exploded is what he said. And then XD, of course, which translates globally. And he says, DX. Basically, I don't know if there's anything else that Unknown really can do about this. I think Roboseta is just about going to take this entire stack himself. Chris Luck has already used the Fade Bolt, so that's going to be off cooldown for another 3 more seconds. He does have mana, of course, for a bit more of the Pulse Nova. And, of course, this is going to be amped by quite a bit, 121 damage per second. That's a big increase. It's basically a clean 100 damage per second after reductions, right? Because you have to remember, damage reductions is by default 25%. Why don't they just nerf all magic damage by 25% to make it easy? I don't know, dude. I don't know. But yeah, Roboseta is going to be getting the majority of this CS. His hero level as well is doing quite well, but with 3 heroes here from Beast Coast to also share XP with, they're going to be pretty happy that they get in here to contest it. They are still down, though, 600 gold on a Chris Luck compared to the opposing mid lane Lesh. That's going to be a little bit of a concern. But for now, we do have the reconnection out of Drakil, and we'll see here how this one plays out. We do have a Slytherin Crush, another Corrosive Haze, but not too much mana here on our Omni Knight, as Roboseta now looking for a kill onto at least Chris Luck. He will get him in return, with the experience going the way here of Chris Luck. Schofield is currently being bullied by Wiz, has another Rolling Boulder in 4 seconds, needs to be able to close the gap to reapply the urn, will not be able to do so, and it's going to be then a 2-for-1 here in favor of Beast Coast. They also share most of the experience, if not all of it, and overall they can be pretty happy with that. 4,200 net worth now in total for our Rubik. He can only have an Aghanim Scepter, but instead he's decided for the Boot to Travel level 1, so it will be this active sort of roaming Rubik. This is what I like to see. He also got it at a very, very good time here for the mid lane Rubik. Sven here should be continuing to farm like a madman, and indeed he is. Mask of Madness now full power treads. He's not going for the BKB as the intermediary item, instead stopping along the way just for the Echo Saber, which is pretty normal with this build, and then straight into the Ags. Usually you will see the BKB after the Echo Saber, the dual farming items then into the Aghanim Scepter, but he decides that doesn't really need it. We'll see here how it works out for him. As we do have plenty of magic damage and lots of lockdown for him, so BKB would probably be the prudent choice. But for him, he wants to go full aggressive. Whisper is going to be going straight into the Hooded Defiance here, as the Blink Dagger is going to be but a pipe dream away. No pun intended there because of the Venomancer. But right now, Unknown. Their side of the map looks pretty healthy overall. Bottom tier 1 has not taken even a single point of damage. I don't think that tower's even attacked once, to be honest. Mid lane about half HP, and top lane looks pretty decent as well. That's why Beast Coast had to run up the stairs the way they did. They're going to have to smoke to even look to cross the river, and instead they're going to go top lane where they see Drakil. He's going to miss, completely miss the Venomous Gale now. They're going to look for a kill onto Whisper. Chris Luck from behind with a DD rune. Does actually real damage here, but Fade Bolt for the most part isn't going to be able to get him his kills. But a double kill then for Chris Luck, as he is going to be able to lead the smoke gank to success. 2 heroes that already were kind of in a bit of a precarious situation, to say the least, but it's going to be kills no matter what for them. That's Echo Saber now nearly completed for Madara, not Chris Luck, not Hector. As of course, Hector not currently playing. We do have a standard. Roboseta doing Lashrak things, you know, standing in fog and destroying your tower. As Beast Coast, they are pinging it, but really not much they could do about that one. They're going to trade this top tier 1 eventually here for the mid tier 1 tower. And already map control starting to go really in favor here of Team Unknown there. With that tier 1 tower, it's a bit more serious. You can see now actually as Widge looking to play aggressively as possible, trying to steal their farm, planting Plague Wards in here as well, just to make sure that they're not able to do much there. As now Wish potentially in some trouble. Madara's got a stun to throw here. Might not even need to do it. He's going to get stunned up, though. The Metamoscal will connect onto 3 heroes, but only half duration now onto Madara, who receives the Heavenly Grace. Maybe now perhaps looking to turn. A spell stolen will be the Pulse Nova again, this time doing about 130 damage per second, by the way. For now, they will be able to repel Unknown off of the high ground. I want Madara to keep farming, as he nearly has now the full Echo Saber up and running. Still for now, it's going to be Beast Coast continuing to just farm. They have cut that net worth lead down, not to only 1k, but Oboseta's still farming quite efficiently here. Does have the now full Yule Scepter. He has nearly enough money now for the the Boots of Travel as well, as his team will smoke up and look for a fight. Surprised to see Berna in this one. He must have an armlet, and he does. That makes a lot of sense. They're going to be looking to play it very, very aggressively here. They have vision. Not really sure if they have any vision whatsoever. I did hear a Fade Bolt. That was in the mid lane, but top instead is where going to be the trouble is going to be at. Chris Luck, yep, they're going to cancel his TP. Nuke the single creep he was looking to TP to. Lightning Storm not connecting, but over here onto the high ground. They have caught Whisper, Laguna Blade, and they've pulled him down with Reality just to nuke him. My goodness, Schofield actually jukes him there, or they have no interest, as Roboseta instead is going to rejoin the rest of his team. They look to push a tier 1 tower.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This tower as good as dead. They don't even, they don't even have a fortify to use, so they don't use it. And that'll be then all tier 1's now down for Unknown as they really started to apply some map pressure. Farming pretty nicely here as well. As, of course, still Roboseta leading the lobby in terms of net worth. Has enough money for the Boots of Travel, so he's going to send those now over on the Courier. No Aghanim Scepter yet, but probably Aghanim Scepter, I'd imagine, after the Ogre Axe here. You do have some longer extended team fights with the GA. I think the Aghanim Scepter is going to be a good bet. They have found Chris Luck here, but if his rune activated, is going to mean that he's able to escape quite easily. There we go. Boots of Travel now on the lash, so his global presence now can match the Rubik. I think at this point, though, we're starting to hit a little bit of a crossover point where the Rubik not really quite falling off, but no longer as strong as a hero as perhaps he can be, especially with this build. The Yule Scepter is really nice. He thinks he's probably playing the Leshrac this game or something, because he's gone for almost an identical build, if not literally identical, down to the frickin' circlet. It's identical, which is kind of crazy. The only difference is what? A clarity right now? Yeah, one of them has clarities, the other doesn't. That's amazing. They even have the same exact neutral item. That's, what a coincidence. That's just, that's honestly just, good luck there and fortune, isn't it? But this Rubik now does have the level 4 Boulder Smash. You're really looking for this for the damage. Nearly 400 damage on, one ability is, I think, literally almost a Laguna Blade. Right? This is like 500. It's a little bit less, of course, but it's some serious damage regardless, to be certain. It doesn't want that one, though, because you have to either find a boulder or kick someone, which is rather difficult to do on a hero as squishy as a Rubik. Instead, Pulse Nova here now, level 2, doing nearly 200 damage per second, is going to be a good offer. They're looking to just fight, though, running on in. Avalanche from Schofield, hiding in trees, will be able to silence one up. Then Roboseta, though, has the rune available to be able to dispel that. Everyone just standing on these stairwells, not really sure, going right back in and out, but there's the nuke now onto Stinger. That means there's no G8 for the fight, so they're feeling quite confident as they have now the God Strength. They want to get Berna real quick, as there's the Avatos out from Schofield, nuking down Lena the Redhead. She will buy back, however. Now is Whisper running around in the river with the Crush, not finding anyone now. Stunned up for 2 seconds as well here. They have the move speed slow and the Reality to pull him back. He's now dead. 2 down then for Beast Coast in exchange for the 2 of Unknown. They will, however, lose a support. 2 supports, actually, for their offlaner. As Madara then will back off. He's going to TP away. He's looking to continue the farm. Actually nearly has the full, not Aghanim Scepter, rather, the full BKB, which he is going to double back for now. I think that's definitely the wise choice to be making. Wish is going to be able to TP away. It's only actually 1 point into the Rolling Boulder, so the cooldown quite long. And that's going to be a good read out from Schofield. Or Leshrac is going to be going, actually, that's not Lesh. He's going to be going for the BKB as well. What I meant to say is Wiz nearly finishing up the Spirit Vessel. Is going to do well for him. Echo Saber now for CK, so it's the early activation, early fighting CK. Maybe we're going to see a BKB or something next. CK doesn't really like to build Basher, usually likes to build stats, to be honest, because that means his illusions then do way more damage. So no Basher, probably. Wouldn't mind the S and Y. A weird pick is probably going to be the Halberd, but I think there's a case to be made for that. As Roboseta then is going to bait in the mid lane. Pushing bottom, however, is going to be the enemy mid laner, Chris Luck, who is now going for the BKB as well. Quite literally exact same builds on these two.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yule Scepter might set up for a kill here onto Whisper as they connect the Split Earth into another LSA. It will force him away, but pulling him now back is going to be better now. They eat the stun. Not quite enough damage there, but there it is. The Chaos Bolt, 2-second stun, does enough damage there for the kill onto Whisper. They did use the GA for that one as well. So Unknown, they're going to be pretty pleased here to continue pushing with this one, I would imagine. The Fortify has been used as well, and Roboseta now with the Diabolic Edict active, along with Berna here, is going to make very quick work of this tier 2 tower. And bottom lane, they also will lose a tower as well, but it's going to be Chris Luck taking a death, as he will be caught by the likes of Roboseta and Wiz. That is the last, actually that's only the second tier 1 tower that Beast Coast have gotten this game. They've already lost their mid tier 2, and it looks like for now, Unknown want to continue pushing and seeing what they can find. Roboseta might be in trouble. Schofield with the blink toss. It's a toss in place, but that might be enough for the kill. Stormhammer's going to connect. They've got Whisper in the river, so there's no way Roboseta's going anywhere. Very, very nice kill in return there, as they will end up using Chris Luck as some form of bait. And they've caught themselves quite a big fish there with the Leshrac, which has now been overtaken by both Berna and Madara. So Berna still have really, really good farm here overall. He's going to go ahead and probably send an illusion here just to push the top wave and farm with it. Of course, this thing does do 100% damage. So he's going to be pretty happy to be just getting some CS there casually. They're going to try Feroche, which is a bit of a risky engagement at this point. Beast Coast, they might know. As they're going to go ahead and take a pit stop here at the mid lane tier 1 tower instead. Unknown, they've got Lush back in 12 seconds. Roche already down to 12, or sorry, make that half HP. Plenty of Vena wards in the pit here, as they probably know what's going on. There's going to be the tiny blink. No, it looks like they're, oh, okay, they're going to be backing off of the pit now. But for now, the army of Plague Wards is going to continue doing a fair bit of damage here to Roshan. LSA as well dropped, as Wish is going to be in the intermediary item here, or in the triangle rather, breaking smokes, and well, no smokes really to speak of here for the side of Beast Coast. Either they didn't know what was going on or they didn't want to react. They did have an observer ward here providing some vision, but unfortunately probably not even scouting the full potential of the Roshan. So they're easily able to go ahead and execute that. That's now going to be an Aegis for our CK. I believe this is going to be an Aghanim Scepter. Sorry, make that BKB for our CK. As they're actually going to keep feeding them a Tome of Knowledge here. Level 15 talent. Probably taking the Strength, if I had to guess. Chris Luck's going to finish his BKB, though. As I believe now Roboseta, he's still a bit further away, actually. Needs about another 400 gold here at his current rate. Berna then and company pushing through the mid lane, looking to fight. As we also have a BKB now for Madara. Well, it's going to be a courier dying, and it means that Schofield is somewhere nearby, but can they catch him here? Schofield can't quite nuke Roboseta. It's too difficult of a kill, too much HP. Has as much as HP as him, actually, in the Yule Scepter for the combo breaker. Speaking of combo breaker, it's going to be Beast Coast scouted, running through the river by the observer ward there. That might be dewarded now, and it's actually just out of range, so they're just going to miss it. But Berna, that doesn't mean that he's not going to be caught here, maybe trying to act as bait, but he is going to be losing this Aegis at this rate. Down he goes. Poisonous Gale. Okay, did it hit anything? I don't know if they caught anything with the Poison Nova. Either way, BKB activated now by Roboseta. BKB activated by Chris Luck. Is now they're going to be turning down to Whisper. GA is going to be dropped. The Laguna Blade, not enough to kill him. They need a little bit more, and now goes the kill. They have, however, stolen Laguna Blade. That's going to be used then to nuke down Drakil. As we have Stinger in the middle of 4 enemy heroes tanking quite a bit, but Berna pulls it in with the reality and will nuke him down as he uses the BKB now on the second life. Roboseta in a lot of trouble here. Dodges some damage, needs to get away, but look at that. Odara cleaving off the wave to end his life. Stuck underneath his tier 2 tower. Schofield now is going to go in with the avalanche. They have managed to kill him, however, as Berna still alive. Chris Luck looking to try and nuke him down with a stolen magnetize. They're not going to have enough, though. He's going to live on a sliver of HP. The armlet, of course, does keep him alive. Needs to be careful that Schofield doesn't nuke him down. Schofield, I think, is hunting to do it literally exactly just that. Overall, it is going to be a 4 for 4, but in favor here of Unknown, as they did have the Aegis, making this a more profitable trade for themselves. Overall, then, Unknown are going to continue to try and flex their lead. Lots of BKBs used there. I believe everyone who had a BKB used a 10-second BKB. So that was going to be Madara, that was going to be Chris Luck, that's going to be Berna, as well as Roboseta. So all BKBs now are 9 seconds long. Like this, the Aghanim Scepter here for Earth Spirit, very useful at kicking a Sven away, quite literally. Much how a Tusk is actually with the Ags, quite strong against him. AC next for Berna, going for the just pure items and damage. It's a good aura to be carrying on your illusions. I like this. I like how whenever Valve reduces the cooldown on like Phantasm or God's Strength, people just use it to farm, you know. Phantasm's quite a short cooldown now. 75 seconds for just free illusions that do a ton of damage. Yes, please. I'll put those into the side lanes and push the lanes. Why not? Mid lane though, Roboseta is in a bad position here. Needs to pop his BKB early. That's not going to save him from all the magic damage here coming, the physical damage rather coming from Sven. Laguna Blade now, they're trying to blow up Whisper. Stinger make that, and they have been able to do so. He does have to buy back and will do so instantly as now Madara pops his BKB. Berna as well will do so now, turning on to Whisper as he's going to pull him back in with the reality. They have plenty of damage for him. They've also found Schofield. He's going to be locked down. Staffing him forward will be Roboseta just to make sure they can line up plenty of stuns, lots of damage. 3 kills then for free for Unknown. So I think that's the next volley of BKBs fired all around. Chris Luck does hold on to his, as he was not involved in the fight. Has reality ready to go. Needs this Aghanim Scepter, though, I do have to say. Definitely needs the Aghanim Scepter. That'll do him some good here. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to really have much of an impact at all in these fights, unfortunately. If he can steal Phantasm, that's great. If he can steal anything from Roboseta, I think he'll be quite happy. 50% status for this Kieran Stinger. That's not enough, my friend. You are now dead for 70 seconds as he runs in, hopefully to try and delay this push a bit longer. Unfortunately, just kind of ends up feeding his body. They don't have Fortifies here for anyone. A Spell Stolen, then it will be Lightning Storm. Not exactly what he wanted. Good damage on each of these strikes, though, to be certain. As they're going to hit him now with plenty of damage. Boulder Smash as well. And that's going to be then the mid lane of Barracks going down Unknown, even forcing Drakil back and away. Madara is going to be able to get this tier 2 tower along with some help here from the catapults. But overall, it's Unknown now with a big old lead. They've got not only, of course, all the tier 2s, well, except for this one. Tier 2s now will be going down. They also have a full mid lane of Barracks in their favor. We do have a big item, the Madara, with the Aghanim Scepter now ready to go. So Superman Sven ready to party, as so is the rest of Beast Coast, but maybe not if they get engaged on like this. They have found Chris Luck. They boot him back here right into a Sentry Ward. They need detection on him, but he does get the BKB off. There's going to be the Aghanim Scepter reveal. Wiz is going to be the one to eat this one with the minus armor. He doesn't die in one hit, but Berna now in some trouble here. Gets the BKB off, just wants to run away. They don't have nearly enough damage for him. And actually, that's a huge split earth coming through from Roboseta to make sure he's actually able to escape. They will be able to cancel his TP, however, didn't want to use the BKB and is punished for that. So he is now dead for a full 70 seconds. Beast Coast, they sally out of the base here off the back of the Sven BKB Aghanim Scepter, and they make some really great work happen. Well done there, and this is why we see that Sven is one of the most balanced heroes of this meta. Currently, Ector is not on this. I don't think he's here today. I think this is a stand-in. Can't wait for our patch, by the way. That could not come. You know, I'm fine with this meta, but also I'm just excited for a new patch of Dota. And that is why. That Sven attack range is insane. Why does the Aghanim Scepter increase the attack range? There's Yadomi getting the D ward there quite effectively, just maintaining control. Nearly having a full Aghanim Scepter actually now for Rubik, his father's staff, as they are going to be rolling into the trees after him. Wish looks like he did take the rolling boulder distance. It just doesn't look like it. Now it looks like it's easily able to find Chris Luck. Actually, he's quite isolated here. Phantasm now just to be able to purge off the slow, but they've used now 4 remnants for this, but they're willing to go for a bit more. Chris Luck, do they have the damage for him? Not quite, but they did force his 9-second BKB and actually nearly killed him, make it an 8-second BKB. I apologize. Schofield looking to push here very aggressively. He's going to be punished for this one. Down he goes. Was caught at the tier 2. Not maybe expecting anyone there. Rolling boulder. They nearly catch Madara here, looking to maybe force his BKB. Madara does have the God Strength and the BKB available, will use the latter, and does not want to try and use God Strength here. Not really too good of a position to be fighting. And Chris Luck in trouble, though. He doesn't have a BKB here. He's going to be killed. Dead for 70 seconds. He was killed maybe trying to farm the mid wave there. And now, with creep pouring in through the mid lane, they have broken the back door, so they can go straight here towards the bottom lane. With the Diabolic Edict at the ready. There's no buyback, of course, because Chris Luck was hoping to buy a full Aghanim Scepter here. Unfortunately, he's now 800 gold short, and now a bottom lane of Barracks destroyed before he could barely even, remember what they looked like. Holy moly, those things are gone. They can't get the Megas quite yet, of course, because they do have a tier 2 still standing in the top lane. But Roshan will be back up in 30 seconds. So will Chris Luck, luckily. But he's not going to have an Aghanim Scepter by then. And that means Unknown in a very good position here as they have now scouted Madara. They're going to get a free kill, however, first onto Whisper as he gets hit with a 4-second stun. They consider diving a tier 2 tower, but think better of it, of course, because Sven is a very balanced hero. Unknown now up 8,000 gold here, 21 to 23, about 30 minutes into the game. They are in the driver's seat here for this game, and they're feeling quite confident. There's going to be the Aghanim Scepter now for Roboseta, who does now have, whenever Pulse Nova is activated, he's going to go ahead and trigger a Lightning Storm. It dramatically increases his DPS without putting too much of a drain on his mana pool. It's going to be 4 bounties as well here for Team Unknown, so unfortunately, Chris Luck is not going to be able to use these binding runes to really get much as BKB is active here. Now they've Roboseta looking to really force the BKB of Madara. Doesn't really want to do so. Stinger now in a lot of trouble. 3-second stun now, just murder. Cannot get any spells off here. Madara waiting in the wings to go in. Will now choose to go in onto Roboseta after his BKB is expired, but he's actually put onto the high ground. That's the first time I've seen that happen. And now Madara is just murdered by the likes of Berna. He could do nothing. He couldn't even reach him from the high ground, and now Chris Luck is just going to call it the GG. Unknown, they take game number 1 here in 21 to 26, 14k net worth lead, but a very, very strong game out from them as Beast Coast will fall to Unknown in game number 1. Very strong game here from Team Unknown as they come out of the laning stages. Pretty strong. I did doubt the Lina position 5, and as well, to be honest, the entire safe lane, Lina 5 and CK safe lane. But they made it happen. A couple mistakes here from Beast Coast here and there to be certain. A couple silly diebacks and whatnot, and I guess basically just unprepared to fight at that top tier 2, even though they kind of knew what was coming for them. It was a bit unfortunate. I think Beast Coast, they could have gone out with a little bit more oomph than that last fight. Unfortunately, just caught out of position by Unknown, who are much, much richer than them, and they have the items. They even do the right thing there to kite out the Leshrac BKB. They try and go back in, but I don't know. They're just stuck on the cliff. Apparently, that's how you counter the Sven. You stand next to a cliff, and he'll put himself onto the high ground and make sure he can't hit you. That is going to be our game number 1, though, guys. We're going to be going to a short break, but when we come back, game number 2 of this best of 3 series. You guys are watching El Movistar LPG here, the English coverage with the ePols Gaming channel. Thank you guys so much for tuning in as Team Unknown. They currently lead Beast Coast 1-0. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to the Movistar Liga final series here. We're now live with game number 2 between Beast Coast and Unknown. Beast Coast now against the ropes here, facing elimination should they lose this match. And this game now, as it's really come down to it. Already a pretty solid draft this time, though. Slaughter, Drow, Ranger. So picking up 2 cores here, most likely, for Beast Coast. You can, of course, run that Slaughter in the position 5. We've seen it. Definitely out of Beast Coast, but the Drow Ranger most certainly almost going to be the Madara hero. And they've got the CM paired against her. The attack speed, so not bad, but actually what's interesting here is this could be an offlane Undying then for the side of Unknown, in which case that would really suffer actually against the likes of Drow Ranger.
Dire team pick.
They're going to pick the Mars as well. Makes you think about the Phoenix in this lineup too. So it looks like it will be then a support Slardar. Likely. It's likely, very likely to be a support Slardar. Or this could also be Chris Luck mid lane on the Mars. He does enjoy playing the hero. We've seen him do it before. But I think for now we're going to have to wait and see for their next pick to try and figure it out. Because there's just too many options right now here for Beast Coast, to be honest. Right now, there's too many places this Mars and Slaughter can go for us to really know. That could be the 2 supports here. I mean, I could see it out from Beast Coast, to be honest. I think Schofield would probably play a really wicked Mars, to be honest with me. Unknown up to draft will pick themselves up an Axe. Very strong against the Drow Ranger if you can get the call off. Either way, just being up in her face can be really, really strong. That's why the Undying generally tends to be a counter pick to the Drow, because the zombies alone will actually break your marksmanship passive. So it's important that you actually do end up getting rid of that tombstone. Right now, of course, with the Slaughter Mars, they don't really... Those are 2 heroes that don't particularly deal with tombstone well. So I think these following picks should have that consideration for sure. Now, Beast Coast here. I think they're going to have to reveal something about their offlane. Like I said, for now, we know these 2 heroes. I mean, these 2 heroes actually very well could be the offlane. It would be really weird and probably very weak, but... that's something they can decide to do. And it's going to be the Willow for the Willow-Mars combo then. So I should have seen that one coming. So that means it's going to be a Slardar 5 almost certainly. I suppose you still can run the Mars in the mid lane, and you could draft a mid here for Beast Coast. We'll take a look here at this pick in the bans to see how Unknown want to react.
10 seconds remaining.
The thing is, you can't go hard and counter the mid lane Mars because it's still really easy for Beast Coast to swap it around. The only thing we know for sure is it's going to be the Madara safe lane. It's kind of an unorthodox drafting style for Beast Coast when they define their carry so early. But of course, since they are playing without Ector, that's something that they are going to be doing here for Madara.
Dire team ban.
Sven stands ready.
All right, well, there's going to be the Sven pick then. Another great hero if you can get the Ags off to close the gap onto the Drow Ranger. Right now, they're drafting pretty nicely against the Drow. Does not really suffer too much versus the Mars, but again, depending on who is actually laning against him, it could be pretty strong indeed. Beast Coast might be looking to try and break their ankles here and juke out, and maybe bait out something like the Sven pick in Factor, something a little bit differently. We'll see here. I'm not convinced that Beast Coast, they don't have something up their sleeve here currently. It would seem very unlike them not to.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Right now, it's a pretty good draft for Unknown. I would still definitely favor this draft, but I don't know. Again, with Beast Coast, this last pick could really throw us for a loop. It could be a Mars mid,
10 seconds
Slaughter off lane, and then you pick another support. It could be Mars mid, Slaughter,
5 seconds
Slaughter
remaining.
position 5, and you pick an off lane. Could be Mars off lane, Slaughter 5, and you pick a mid, right? So I think what's the scariest thing right now to Unknown? It's the latter option, and them picking in mid lane. So actually, they ban the Queen of Pain, and they ban the Storm, and they ban the Kunkka. That's interesting. The Kunkka makes sense. It's just a safe pick overall in the mid lane. The Queen of Pain is a little bit surprising, as the Zeus will then come through. So they're trying to force away the Mars from the mid lane then, because Mars loses the lane pretty hard to his brother, actually. So now they're trying to force the Mars into this off lane. This is a good draft by Unknown, actually. I think this is a good way to get around the sort of shenanigans that some teams will like to do here in the drafting stage when they try and be as flexible as possible. It's a good draft from Beast Coast as well, by all means, but right now they certainly have to make a decision here on where to put the Mars. Got a minute to think about this one here. I think you do want to run... the thing is, I don't know if you can run Drow Slardar against an Axe. I mean, what is it going to be? An Axe, probably CM? What do the lanes for Unknown look like? I'm kind of concerned about their lanes. The CM is fine and whatever. Like, whatever lane you throw the CM in is going to be fine. And you also, of course, have the Arcane Aura to help out your Zeus, help out your Axe, help out your Undying. Lots of people, you know, even your Sven. Lots of people need mana in the laning stage, and Maiden's able to provide that. But past that, it's actually kind of a difficult lane for the Undying no matter where he goes. Doesn't trade well versus the Mars. Well, it trades okay, of course, with the first 3 levels, but after that, he can really easily die. Slardar as well with the Slitherine Crush and the Bash of the Deep is going to always have an advantage over him. It's a bit difficult here for this Undying for sure, but he's mostly here for the Tombstone this game, to be quite honest with you. As long as he gets a good Tombstone off, the team's going to be happy with him, because it will just be the Invoker. All right, mid lane Chris Luck is going to be here. Try and counter the Zeus. Could see one Halpa Wombo combo lineup here. It's probably going to be Quas Wex Invoker, almost certainly. You do need some control versus the Zeus, versus the Sven early on to punish, well, not really punish, but to try and flex the wizardly spells before BKB comes out. And then, really, you can't really ask to be do too much as soon as there's a BKB and you're an Invoker. That's kind of just your game. Well, until the BKBs run out. Of course, if you weren't here joining us for game number 1, Beast Coast currently playing without Hector. They have Madara standing in. This is not Madara from Europe. This is Madara from SA, previously on Infamous. Who else was he on? Most recently, Pacific Esports, a Bolivian organization. Team Unknown, Infamous, G Pride. And yes, I think those are going to be the biggest teams that he was on then. And so you can maybe try and know him from there. He's a Peruvian player. He should be no stranger to the region. He was on Team Unknown when they won the Great American Rivalry Season 1 Division 2. Won that one along with Unknown. As we will be getting underway now with our second game of the series. Best of 3 here, so of course Beast Coast can still force a game number 3, which will be the deciding one. Currently with this draft, I kind of favor the Unknown draft a bit more. I don't really see how the Drow is going to be able to get off the ground this game. They've got plenty of natural counters for her. They've got the Axe, the Sven, who at this point I would say can be considered a natural counter now that the Axe build is pretty standard these days. For the most part, it's pretty standard anyway. The Axe, the Undying, of course, is a huge one. As far as Tombstone goes, you do decently against it, but The Drow doesn't want to really expose herself just to hit a tombstone 5 or 6 times and then only to have it get soul ripped and to needed to hit it another 4 times. Like, it's a lot of damage you're missing out on. And the only concern I have for this unknown draft is their lanes. So they will be throwing, well, we'll see for now. I doubt it's going to be a tri-lane, but they're just looking for first blood here for now. I might be able to find it if they end up showing a bit early, but Madara is already in the safe lane, well behind the tier 1 tower, doesn't really want to be showing, doesn't want to get aggressed on too much here, and for good reason here, because unknown, they are on the hunt. At the horn, then, should be unknown, set to get the 2 bottom bounties, and beastcoast easily securing the top 2. Schofield not scouted anyone here, so he's going to tell the boys to go ahead and back off. No vision, no intel. I don't want to be walking to a 5-man gank, as it will be Yadomi checking for a ward, and well, he's going to find one, thanks to this pocket, getting vision that normally the tower does not get. You know, normally the vision looks a little bit something like that. So he's able to determine there's a ward somewhere there, and that should be dewarded here relatively quickly. In fact, it's a Zeus, so as soon as he hits level 2, he's going to be looking to get rid of that one. The important thing to deward as a Zeus is to make sure you don't get free stick charges. For the most part, you're still going to get free stick charges, but if you can cast them from the high ground here, you know, where they're not supposed to have vision, but this ward provides vision over, that's what we're talking about. We usually don't see points in Lightning Bolt, though, but I think for the sake of dewarding, you might just buy the Sentry, to be honest. Stinger looking to run here. They nearly get the kill onto him for first blood, taking a bit of damage. Axe continuing to run at him. Very excited, raising his axe in the air. Yeah, but he's not going to be able to net himself a kill there.
You deserve nothing.
So we do have a pause now and a disconnect out from Stinger.
The next label play. The next label play. The next label play. The next label play.
As they'll be tipping each other back and forth and back again. Whisper in the off lane here. It's not the easiest lane for him here, actually. This lane is not too bad for the Undying. My biggest concerns here, actually, for Unknown was in the lanes. He says, Chi. Okay. This says, I don't even have a ward to block your camp, says Yadomi, the Undying. Chris Luck says, oh, who asked? And then Yadomi says, what happened, man? I don't know if I can say that on stream, actually. I don't know if I can say that on stream. And then he says, I didn't laugh. I think. No dio risa. Let me go and translate that. Learn some Spanish with me.
The next label play. The next label play.
Yeah, did not laugh. That's what he said. I'm not sure what this A1 meme is about. But everyone is ready to go. Robosetas is ready. Of course, beastcoast still have a disconnect. So they're not going to say ready back. And they're just spamming some smileys at each other. So we'll take a look here at some items while our boys in the chat just having a fun time. Here's, it is Quaswex Invoker, right, for Chris Luck? It's Exhort Invoker, actually. Quas Exhort. What means your smile, says the admin. We're going to get reconnected then and ready to go. There it is. Chichenol. I don't know about that one. We're going to keep moving on, though, here. As we'll see Beastcoast then. I want to see here. I want to take a look at some stats here for Chris Luck. There he is. I was about to say, I don't recall him playing a whole lot of the Invoker. For now, he's holding his own, though. He is, of course, against the Zeus. Maybe this is the preferred build, but 4-1 versus the 8-2. Of course, Zeus hosting have a bit easier, thanks just, you know, to the Static Lightning, or to the Arc Lightning, I should say. Okay, so he has played 12 games of Invoker. I was going to say, Invoker, not really a hero I've really well known Chris Luck for, so this is going to be an interesting one here overall. Obviously, he knows how to invoke the spell, so he's not, completely brand new at the hero or anything like that crazy, but it is going to be just something of interest to note here as we get level 2, so everyone gets that nice Arcane Aura. Stinger taking a lot of damage in this lane. The Drakil as well, just free to kind of just run at the Drow as he pleases. Needs to be careful. You can always turn then with the multi-shot. It was mostly there to try and get CS onto the wave as well, but didn't get too much damage in. Yeah, he plays Invoker 12 times here. Win rate of 58%, which isn't bad. Which is not bad. Avo's taking a couple days off here. Needs to be careful as we'll miss first blood. That actually is going to happen down bottom. Let's not miss the follow-up kill, though. Drakil might even live. Needs to be careful of all the creep, however. As, of course, Stinger with no range damage. Unable to get the kill. Ooh, the Sunstrike! Drakil runs right back into that one and is going to be able to get the kill in return. Level 2 Sunstrike that time, doing the damage. 162, not too bad overall. Bottom lane Stinger nearly dying to the Maiden. Just trying to bait a little bit there. So far, so good for Roboseta. Roboseta, the thing that's scary is he does kind of, when he gets a good start, especially on a magic damage dealing core mid laner like the Zeus, he really starts to run away with the game. We saw him do it even last game on the Leshrac. So that's going to be my major concern here for the side of Beast Coast, to be quite honest with you. Not to say that, of course, they can't make a comeback in this game. It's definitely not over by any stretch of the imagination. However, it's a bit scary. We do have a rotation coming mid lane as well. It's going to be Willow, smoked up, Schofield looking for something. They do have a ward here, maybe just looking for any stacks. So far, there are none. Last time around this point, there were quite many. But here comes the smoke gank. Now top lane, Roboseta with the cold temp applied. Bramble Maze, they're going to get the first one. That's going to be a Sunstrike coming in. He's going to have to run into another Bramble there just to get out of that one. Chris Luck, though, in the meantime, is going to be able to get the kill with the DD rune for the most part. Strength stolen by Adomi, so it's going to be another win here for Chris Luck, who does manage to get the kill before. He also gets the experience, and his experience is then going to be split amongst 2 supports.
I don't think so.
Schofield, okay, he's going to stick around and just die. Yeah, so Roboseta gets a very easy revenge kill onto him. Just about as easy as they can come for a Sven. As again, this bottom lane is pretty difficult. As soon as we get marksmanship, though, that dynamic will change. If that is, of course, if Madara doesn't just frankly leave the lane, which I might consider.
This'll come in handy.
Oh, a great call, actually, before the Slytherin Crush comes through with spinning as well to win. Is Drakil. Sunstrike right onto Drakil. They might have the damage here. Fairy Fire consumed. Madara, though, in some trouble. Has the multi-shot at the ready. Uses it to get the kill, but now Wish with the Maiden right-clicks looking to kill the Drow Ranger. Is going to have this kill as well, as Madara just wants one more CS before he dies. Let me get one more CS, he says to Whisper, before you let me down again. Why do you keep letting me die? It's a tough lane, of course. Position 5 Slaughter against an Axe. I mean, what do you even do, to be honest, unfortunately? Tombstone dropped in the top lane. They're going to look for a kill then onto Whisper. That is very, very easy there. Bedana is just going to be able to slap him in the face there. Level 3 points in the cleave. And is once again taking a death down bottom is Stinger. He runs into his death, and then mid lane Roboseta picks up the kill. That's also going to be useful to scout the rotating Dark Willow, who has now gone away from the top lane in order to make sure that they can secure another rune here for Chris Luck. This time it's going to be the Arcane rune. What is this Invoker build, Chris Luck? Honestly, I don't really pay attention to Quas Exhort Invoker. I know Quas Wex Invoker just because it's really easy, because you go back and forth between Quas and Wex until you're like level 10, and then you start putting points into Exhort. But for Quas Exhort Invoker, I'm not really sure if it's normal to put a point in the quest, a point into Wex rather this early on. I must admit that is Invoker's not a hero that I particularly play a whole lot of, or nor am I obsessed with. But bottom lane, they are going to be going for a bit of a damage and a bit of a kill here onto the kill, as Chris Crown is going to set up for the kill onto the Axe. 4 members here, though. Chris Luck actually just getting in his face with the Sunstrike. But of course, with the Arcane Rune active, all the spells going to be shortly coming off of cooldown anyway, so it's a very well-timed gank indeed. Our Sven already off into the jungle here, has the Morbid Mask, already the boots, going back to the Power Treads, probably then into the Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, maybe then he's going to go for a BKB and an Aghanim Scepter, you know, pretty standard stuff for a Sven game. I think we all know the build by this point.
Top tower is under attack.
As we see bottom, Madara continuing to try and farm, has Power Treads now on the way, going straight into the Force Staff, which is going to be absolutely necessary this game, even before the Dragon Lance for our Drow Ranger. So both items, of course, create the same purpose, able to create some space between her and the very many heroes that are going to be wanting to get on top of her just to reduce her damage. Very wise choice there. I like that from Madara. Defensive item first. Oh, top lane, they're fighting though. There it is. Yodomi in trouble. I heard Crunchy make him bleed. I was like, Whisper, what's going on here? Yodomi is able to just soul rip himself back up to about half HP there with the level 3 soul rip. Yodomi then is going to secure the kill. That is actually God's Strength used, but for a kill in return onto the enemy offlaner, as well as actually not even losing your support. You're quite happy now. Wish activating the ulti is going to get silenced up. Stinger now was unfortunately unable to get really too much damage in. The rotation, though, is going to be able to cause death now and destruction for Madara. Not unless Roboseta runs straight into the Bramble Maze, however, as Madara is going to decide to try and juke in the trees. Unfortunately, will not be too successful against the likes of Roboseta, who can create his own vision. Schofield nearby. The Tornado is only going to catch one, but briefly pinned to the tree. However, it's going to be the kill. First crown damage, doing some good work, as that's going to be then 3 kills overall for Roboseta. And guess what? Who TPs from home? It's but the Undying to refill the battle now of Roboseta, so he can continue fighting here realistically. I think he just might. They now have a third person rotating back. It's Wish to, guess what, give another bottle refill then to Roboseta as they stagger those TPs. That's now going to be the full 8 lens completed for Zeus as soon as the recipe gets over to him. Sunstrike now for the kill onto the Maiden. It's pretty easy, but now we're going to look to turn with the Cold Snap and a Silence. Yodomi trying to do whatever he can. Doesn't have a Tombstone quite yet, though. So the damage is full and complete out from Drow Ranger, as now he will be nuked down. 2 kills for Whisper. Now it's Unknown. They bit off a bit more they can chew, and will end up paying the price there as Beast Coast pick up 3 free kills. Sven, in the meantime, though, Berna, farming kind of out of control, as he is going to be already up to level 9, second highest level in the game currently, over 100 CS at this point. Sorry, make that 88, but soon to be 100 CS, and of course is topping the CS charts. Make that net worth. He is going to be a very, very happy rogue warrior. Rogue Knight. Schofield, in the meantime, caught between just a bad place to be. He is going to be nuked down by the likes of Roboseta, as they will steal a rune here. Whisper, they don't have a stun for another 2 seconds for him. There's going to be a haste rune in the river granted to him, in the bottle as well. They shouldn't have, I mean, with the root, maybe they have it. They do actually have the kill. Stinger nearby. Doesn't need a haste, because of course he's just always fast in the river. Bednot did actually use the God Strength so that they could convert, however, this into a tier 1 very, very easily, and I think that's what they want to do here. No, free kill onto the offlaner, get a bounty rune, get rid of that haste, as well as look to push a tier 1 now in the mid lane, as they're going to look to force away Stinger. They nuke him quite easily. Sunstrike to get rid of now the Maiden. Schofield will not be allowed to get the kill. They do have vision on him thanks to the zombies, however, and there's going to be now the Zeus ulti to reveal Chris Luck, nuke him down a bit more, and he probably doesn't want to be here any longer either. For now, though, they have at least gotten rid of the catapult, which means that this push, now that God's Strength has expired, is going to be nullified and repelled by the likes of Beast Coast. So there is at least Beast Coast with a win there, but they are kind of throwing bodies here in exchange there just for map control. We'll see how much longer they can afford to sustain this, because of course, the more bodies you throw, the richer your enemies will become. Where's Hector? I do not know. He's not in this game. We have Madara standing in instead. Why no Avo? Avo has a couple days off here in between our tournaments. I stepped in then, and we'll be covering a couple else. A couple of the days by myself. He should be back tomorrow, I believe. I don't know. I'll have to talk to him today.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower under siege, but luckily you can go to aggro the creep with the corrosive haze of all things, as he's going to be looking to try and keep the creep away. We haven't seen Axe inventory for some time here. He's actually going into the Vanguard early, has now the full... I mean, he's actually going to reveal Dust and break Dust there to do that. They might now know something's coming from behind him, but they want this kill onto Roboseta. Soul Rip to try and keep alive. There's a Tombstone dropped as well. They need to make quick work of that. Roboseta into the meatball he goes. It's a spicy meatball, but not spicy enough, as he will at least be able to kill the chef before he goes. Now that Akil right on top of Madara. Unknown doing a great job here, just always keeping control. The dunk, you know, we've seen better, but that's okay. Overall, it knocks on the kill, as now that Akil pinned to the wall should not allow him to chase after Stinger here. Wish, very aggressive with another root. Might be able to set up for a kill here. They need a little bit more damage. There's the move speed slow, and the decay just catching him. It's a 3-for-1 then in exchange for Roboseta, who again does not want to die here, but they do kill the Invoker that time, and overall he's going to be pretty darn happy with how that fight went. Beast Coast now really starting to struggle in these fights. You need to get some defensive items here for our Drought Ranger. I did go for the Dragonlance first rather than the Force Staff. I don't know if it really would have made a difference because the zombies move really fast. As Yadomi's going to get the Soul Rip off. That's going to allow him to turn and get a kill here. Sunstrike, though, on the money. Now from Chris Luck, we'll be able to nuke down one. Cold Snap then applied to Axe with the Frost Arrows. He's a very chilly man indeed. He won't be able to actually really get much done, and in fact, it's going to be Beast Coast to get this tower here first in the mid lane. Wish barely, but surely pinned to the tree with the Corrosive Haze applied. God's Rebuke doing a whole 550 damage, courtesy of Whisper, and they can actually go for Roche. It's a little early, but honestly, they can do it. God's Strength going to be on cooldown for another 20 seconds. They do have, however, Thunder God's Wrath. They do Roche so fast. Make sure Stinger doesn't die there. Got nearly bashed to death. We have an Undying now coming in, but yeah, Unknown, they're not going to be able to contest this one in time. Roshan with, and I'm saying this in air quotes, only 8,000 HP here at this stage of the game, so they very easily are able to nuke them through. And now an Aegis here for Madara. Freaking Carl the Invoker, so opposite of humble.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top lane, they have now a pretty serious tier 1 tower push going on. It's going to be Beast Coast actually applying pressure early on. They don't want Madara farming in the jungle. I think that's a wise decision to make here. Tombstone drop bottom. Schofield is not going to spawn zombies in the Shadow Realm, so he's looking to try and run away, but they can't still slow him, as here come the zombies, as they will be able to lock onto him. The taunt as well, just to make sure he goes down, and they want to share the Cursed Crown stun. Chris Luck in the middle lane, continuing to try and farm as much as he can. Has now, of course, the Hand of Midas, going straight into the BKB here for the Quas Exort Invoker. Stinger in a bit of an awkward position here is going to be trying to pick up a bunch of runes. They will scout him, however, but I don't think they can catch him. He's even taking the best path out, as Yudomi not going to be able to catch him. Neither will be Wish.
What a bounty!
For now, Madara, he is going to have this Force Staff here relatively soon. He already has the full Hurricane Pike recipe ready to go, so I see the need, or rather, I see the reason for him to go for the Dragonlance first item. They're fighting bottom, though. Let's go ahead and catch the tail end of this one, as they did catch Roboseta in return. So far, all as they have is Schofield. They will get a taunt onto Whisper. Down he goes. EMP easily dodged. Not that it would have done too much damage anyway, because it's, I think, only 2 points in the Wex right now. But he will be able to zone them out. Stolen mana is easy money anyway. And with that kill onto Zeus, I think they can be pretty happy with that. That's going to slow down their push, remove a lot of their damage from these team fights, so they can't really afford to sustain here and keep pushing here. So they will go ahead and back off. But a very aggressive game here, 15-22 here, 16 minutes into the game. So far, it's just about neck and neck here when it comes to net worth anyway. But it will be Unknown here starting to try and get this ball out of control, as we do have a very, very short tornado that's not going to catch anyone out from Chris Luck. Yudomi can do a bit of a dance there. But Berna just now having, of course, the Mask of Bandits. Now the Echo Saber going straight into the Aghanim Scepter this time. He can always decide to turn this Ogre X, however, into the BKB if he decides that that's the right play to make. For now, it's going to be the Aghanim Scepter, as the Rakil going for the Blink Dagger. Again, just gap closing items are the name of the game versus the Drow Ranger, especially after you can jump on her, or rather 2 rounds of initiation, 1 before and 1 after the Hurricane Pike comes out. I have found 1 though, and it's just Wish, not really a kill that is worth very much to them, so the risk is not it's not worth the risk, rather, to just be chasing up onto the high ground there. Beastcoast, they recognize that. They're going to go and back off. Beastcoast, though, on the aggressive move now. Hurricane Pike completed. On cooldown, though, crucially, for another 10-15 seconds, so we can't use that here. Whisper with the Blink Dagger ready to go in as Madara's will be receiving the buff. They want this kill into Roboseta. Wish here actually breaking the passive. They have plenty of magic damages. Both Wish and Roboseta nuked down. Tombstone drops next. 200 gold there in the pocket of, I believe, the Dark Willow, as Unknown now in full retreat. But it's full tilt forward here for Beastcoast. As Whisper onto the high ground he goes, but for a mere second, Yudomi, stunned by the Cursed Crown, is underneath his tier 3 tower, but they have a Bedlam now applied into the Bramble Maze. They're going to be able to push him back now out, and a very easy kill for them. 3-for-1 trade, as they only actually end up losing the Slardar, but that's very well worth it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Beastcoast then continuing to push here. Chris Luck with the alacrity, really making this one quite easy breezy for our Drow Ranger, who is now going to be going into the BKB. So lots of just defensive items, which is definitely the name of the game. But the Axe, they found 2 here with the call. Lots of damage as well. Wish has the ulti at the ready. Chris Luck uses his BKB, force-stepping himself away. Is going to be Madara, away to safety actually. So they get the kill into Wish, but now Berna with the Aghanim Scepter rather, is going to be able to close the gap and get a free kill onto Stinger. Able to TP out just in time, however, will be Madara. He escapes by the skin of his teeth, as Chris Luck does so as well. Has to use a 10-second BKB for that one, as they will be able to make a jump further. Whisper farming a bit too close there to the lane. They've actually dropped a clumsy net. They've stolen the clumsy net, I believe. No, really? Yeah, I believe they have. No, I think that's theirs, right? Let me check. If they lose clumsy net, that would be rather unfortunate. Yeah, they have it. Okay. They just dropped, I think, Imp Claw or something there. Top lane, Drakil continuing to farm as much as he can, going next into the 4-staff, as they have plenty of things to keep his blink on cooldown. Mid lane, though, in some trouble is going to be our Willow. Curse Crown applied to Wish, Terrorize at the ready, but Wish definitely maneuvering through the Bramble Maze, in order, rather, to secure the roots, which gets them the kill. The Drakil, in the meantime, blinking away from the bash of Stinger, just in time. And we are just still now not too far, about 1,600 gold away from the BKB of Madara. Bottom. Rosetta receiving some TPs. They want this going to Chris Luck. He does have a BKB and no Ghost Walk currently at the ready. It's on cooldown for another 25 seconds. Into the trees. They will scout him here. They need a little bit more damage, and they're not going to be able to get it. Drakil went to go farm the wave. And maybe if he was there with a right click, or even better, the call, would have been able to actually cancel that one. In the meantime, though, they have found Sven and he has been farming. Does not have a BKB yet, so he's rather easy to kill. As down he goes. They're going to deward him right away. They will catch Widge, maybe even a few more. It's getting pinned to the walls. Drakil Tombstone dropped here. They're going to look for the fight. Whisper taking a lot of damage from Zeus. Needs to back off as the Thunder God's Wrath will be dropped. Yudomi still alive here as Drow Ranger unable to actually get any procs off of the marksmanship. The marksmanship, rather. They're going to buy back. Yudomi, in the meantime, stays alive. A Stinger going a little bit too deep will be caught. Out of mana is going to be the Drow Ranger. She's blown up immediately by the likes of Roboseta, who now has a Blink Dagger, by the way. Chris Luck looking to wrap around here beyond the tier 2 tower and go for a kill, as Yudomi is going to die there to the Bedlam. Shadow Realm canceled there by the axe as Chris Luck running around here. Invis will not be scouted. Him and Whisper are going to be the only 2 survivors of this fight in exchange for a buyback here and 2 support kills. An even trade, but a better one here for Unknown, in my opinion. I don't know, actually. Because the way Berna dies farming, and at least Drow participates in some kills. So, actually, I think probably a better trade for Beast Coast overall. They also get a buyback out of the position 5 Maiden. Yeah, I would say that's worth it for them.
Dire are scanning.
Good job there scouting the ward as they nearly make a jump onto Chris Luck, who's running around under the guise of the Ghost Walk. Lots of experience now thanks to the Hand of Midas. That's the reason why you go Quas Exhort for the most part. Sorry, that's the reason you build Midas for the most part on the Invoker. Yes, the gold is nice, but the experience gain as well really does help you out. Ghost Walk cooldown talent is going to be taken, as we will see a 4-man smoke now out from Unknown. They're going to look to try and catch someone top lane. Chris Luck nearby, but I suspect he's going to be backing out of this area soon enough. He is going to be TPing away nearly immediately. Berna acting as bait. Beast Coast, they probably know something's up, and they decide not to go ahead and engage here. They are kind of underneath. I thought that was an observer ward there for Unknown, but I think wrong. Smoke will break here, or just time out, I should say, as this top tier 1 tower is going to go down. Roshan will be up in about 40 seconds. Schofield, you can see, trying to prepare for that. Probably is going to be able to get some wards into the mid lane, and as well as just nuke the wave and prepare for Roche. Might be able to push even one more. As we're going to have a Fortify on Fortify. Beast Coast getting a tier 1 for that. As Unknown, they're going to have another Fortify now to use. And might even look to push a little bit here on this tier 2 tower. Could be tier 2 for tier 2, of course. Beast Coast, they push pretty fast as well here. And in fact, the Fortify has been used a little bit early for our Dire side, so that means that they're not going to have an additional creep wave to play with. But down goes this tier 2 tower in exchange for their offlane tier 2, so even trades here. Neither team really looking for a fight right now.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Invis rune activated then for Whisper. Might be able to put that one to use, as they will now, they being of course Unknown, is able to scout Roshan. Again, a bit of a precarious maneuver. Beast Coast, they're going to scan onto their own high ground, not finding anyone there unfortunately, but they know that since no one is killing Schofield, there's probably no one in their base. So they're going to be playing this one a bit safe. Whisper maybe looking ready to go in. They, of course, have a Sentry Ward and a Zeus, but Whisper now, he's going to be having that Blink Dagger. BKB freshly delivered now for our Sven. He's got that one ready to go, and they actually have vision up on the high ground. He goes. There's the Axe Call as well onto Schofield. That's going to be both Initiators down for the count. One even dunked. Tombstone dropped here. They want more, and they have found now even Whisper. Doesn't have a BKB. He's in some serious trouble. Down he goes. Only finds one in the arena. Not going to net him much of that either. Even find another one there as onto Stinger. He just bobbed back. They have even a root for him, and another dunk at the ready. That's a dieback now onto Stinger. He was hoping to maybe go for a ward or something, or sorry, make that a rune. Pays quite a heavy price for that one indeed. They will now get Aegis and Cheese here. Roshan number 2, of course. Cheese onto our Zeus, and Sven holding onto the Aegis. So we will get a pause this time, courtesy of Unknown. Is there any interesting items here to point out quite yet? I think Madara, yeah, he's got a 10-second BKB now, so that's going to be massive. Chris Luck hoping and praying that he can finish an Aghanim Scepter this game. In fact, he can. He's got an insane farm. I suppose he really doesn't have much else except for the Boots of Travel BKB and the Midas, right? Drum's more of an intermediary item than anything, so he is going to be going next for the Aghanim Scepter. So that'll grant Cataclysm and additional points as well into the SeekNStrike, which will be doing a whole lot of damage here. 537, if my maths are correct. And that's going to be a very nice addition to their team fight repertoire here for the side of Beast Coast. For now, though, he's going to have to set that one up himself. I suppose Bramble Maze Arena might be able to get the job done, but I suspect that it's going to be a lot of self-service here for Crystalluck. Is this the Madara that played with OG Seed? I do not believe so. This is Madara from Peru. The other Madara is Greek, and I guess he's also from the UK. But no, this is a different player.
The next label play. The next label play.
Still paused here, waiting for the pings to settle out, I'd imagine. Axe call, top lane. Drakil just farming though. He's just farming as Crystalluck will then buy out here for the Aghanim Scepter. He's going to TP and immediately look to show it off, so they will be able to ping that one out as Yadomi is going to just be absolutely murdered here. Couldn't even cast a single spell there in between all of the damage he was taking. Crystalluck, I guess he's a fan of the 2 Forge Spirits here rather than the Cold Snap cooldown. I suppose it's Cross Exhort, so he can kind of do whatever he wants. Roboseta here is going to be going for the Aghanim Scepter of himself. He already has the point booster in his stash, so he will be buying out. So both mid laners, once again, with a shockingly similar mid lane build. Is it boot to travel on Zeus? It is. Of course, the difference is going to be BKB versus the Blink Dagger, as Bernat is going to be able to absolutely murder one. There's actually going to be now Roboseta potentially in trouble. Whisper, though, he can't get involved, but there's going to be the Cataclysm. Additional magic damage out from the Pokey Wall will be able to nuke him down. Whisper looking to TP into the trees. Should be safe and sound now as the scan was read for a second, but now they know he's left. So there they go. They're just going to go ahead and tip each other. Roboseta tipping first as Whisper will respond in kind.
I'll always remember how foolish you looked.
It's a very lore-friendly sort of matchup there, isn't it? In trouble is Stinger. Luckily, he's got the Glimmer Cape, the Axe Call off the mark. Not going to be able to find anyone there. That's going to be Stinger then, playing by the edge of his teeth, and maybe even a little bit too close here, as he will be caught. There's the silence, though, rooted up immediately. He's going to be Madara, as now Whisper looking for a kill onto someone here. Madara, of course, with his BKB still active, as they're going to be looking to close the gap. Sven right in their face she goes. BKB active. Sven, or rather, Drow looking to try and fight. Actually, will be able to nuke through the first life. That's God's strength and the BKB already used here. They need some support here for the Sven, and he's not going to find any, as they also force away Drakil. He has been kited. Just like a piece of cake right there. He didn't have any problems. Crystalluck still alive. He's dying shortly. They need a little bit more damage from him. As not even, I mean, thankfully here to the 3 Quas Orbs, the Battle Hunger will not nuke him down. Undying dies in hopes for that kill. So he didn't get cheese off at the very least. They do lose Aegis, and that's a long BKB duration burned on the Sven, who takes a very costly death there, to be quite honest. Very, very costly death against the Drow Ranger of all people. That's going to get her even closer to the eye of Scotty, so the move speed slow is going to be fantastic here against Sven. The healing is not insignificant either. The healing's not insignificant. Mid lane Schofield probably in some trouble. He's going to get off the Shadow Realm first, though. Should be safe and sound now. No issues there. as we're going to be starting to farm up a few still staggering tier 3 neutrals. Looks like we're going to smoke here on the side of Unknown. There they go. But now immediately going to break the smoke because he wants to farm. Pushing bot lane all alone is currently going to be Stinger. He's going to TP back home. However, there's the jump. Oh, Chris Luck runs right into the axe. My goodness, Chris Luck, he was just instantly killed for that one. Schofield looking to try and support his comrade. Can't even get the terrorize off before he's dunked. And a big 2 kills there. Luckily, of course, we do still have the buyback now available for Chris Luck. He's managed to farm that. Stinger's going to be looking to try and cut the waves.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, no, actually, he's looking for bounties here. 100 gold each is not bad. Stinger, don't forget the bounty. Thank you very much. As, for just a split second, he forgot what was he supposed to do there. But they did not retrieve the creep wave, and they should be able here to then push this tier 2 tower. They have one more outer tier 2 standing here. As Beast Coast, they use the Fortify a little bit early here. It's not actually going to damage too many creeps, so they can just heal back that heal right to full HP. And now they can get to work here on the tier 2 tower. Stinger, in the meantime, looking to push bottom. They already have, of course, the tier 2 here. So this is actually going to be Unknown equalizing in terms of the towers, as both safe lanes still have a tier 2 standing. Which is surprising. That's not always the case. Bottom, they might find Stinger here. With the Zeus, it's always a possibility, but he runs real fast here with the Guardian Sprint. A little bit of aggressive play by Drakil, but he's going to be forced back by Schofield. They will connect him onto the root, but only one there, and not enough follow-up on the Willow alone, so no kill potential there. Chris Luck immediately goes back top, wants to finish farming up his Lotus, make that the Lincoln Sphere. He's going to miss the timing there. Instead, I thought he was going to drop a meatball on this wave to flex on it, but no, missed the timing, so definitely blast off cooldown there. I didn't really get to last at the creep with it. Oh, Schofield. Wait, yeah, I was about to say, how did they not know where Schofield is? There's going to be the Axe Call to pull her out of the Dark Realm, and, yeah, immediately blow it up. Schofield, you madman, just blinking like that. That's going to be then this tier 2 tower down, probably without much of a fight, without your position 4 dead. Rather, just without your position 4 for a full minute. Makes it a little bit of a dicey decision to fight here. And now a Basher for Sven, which will allow him to actually fight versus the Trout Ranger a little bit more effectively.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh no, Whisper's been caught as well. They did get the turn here onto Berna, and actually with the Cataclysm they're going to be able to burn through his first life immediately in first life because, well, honestly he doesn't even have a second life. So Drakil looking to try and TP out. They can't land a bash. Tornado not going to do a thing about the magic immune target there, and pinned to the wall, unable to get off the BKB or the cheese. It's going to be a pretty easy kill there against the Sven. Yadomi as well will end up taking a hit. Down he goes. Top lane, Wiz has a 4-step to get him out of harm's way. Also has the Ghost Scepter, but he's looking to try and bait as they will be able to break through the Lincoln Sphere of Chris Luck, but the Axe Call not in range. Sneaky little ward placed down. Yep, not for long though. We're making very quick work of that one. Unfortunately, but Beast Coast threatening to go high ground. They want to while they still have Sven dead for 20 seconds. If they can try and force anything here, would definitely be to their advantage. I'm going to find it rather difficult though. Unknown with some fantastic wave clear here between the Sven and the Maiden and the Zeus, 2 of which alive at any time can definitely easily take any wave of creep.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
X now is a BKB as well. We saw that one in his last fight when he BKB'd to TP away. Maiden going to the blink. Her positioning very crucial in these team fights for actually just getting the 4-staff off onto her allies. Can be quite important here. Refresher queued up for our Zeus as Roshan not up yet, but will be respawning in 20 seconds. Unknown looking to scout it here. They're not going to find anyone home, so they might continue on into the triangle where they will find some enemies. It's going to be actually now the jump. They have found the kill, and a very easy one at that here onto Whisper. They blow him up using all the Zeus magic damage, and they scout everyone else as well. Roshan back up in 5. This is going to be perfect timing here for Unknown if they scout Rosh, which doesn't look like they're going to be doing immediately. Axe call is going to be off the mark as Schofield with his blink dagger going to beat him to the punch. Now they will scout the Rosh though. Actually, this is Beast Coast scouting the Rosh. Still unknown, have no idea about it yet, but now Yadomi is going to go ahead and check. There's Roshan responsive, but now turns his ass around with a god. No, he's going to turn his ass around again. He's going to turn his ass around again, and he's going to go farm. All right, Unknown. They don't really want to contest the Roshan right now. It's a bit sketchy here without a kill onto the Invoker because of the Cataclysm. You know, you don't want to be fighting in close quarters there against that. As they're going to kill Schofield quite easily. He does have buyback at the very least. Because he's farming in these very aggressive positions, he does have enough money for buyback. So can't always opt for that. As they're going to look to try and snipe this away. There's the buyback, so now they're going to know something's up. Plenty of couriers in the pit here as well. That'll give him the vision to let him know, hey, there's 2 people in the pit. This actually, Roche has an Aghanim's blessing. As in they go, they actually land the call as well. And that's more than enough nuke damage here. Roshan's going to fall as well here pretty soon. Zombies in the pit, though. No one can actually jump in. That means Bird not claiming all 3. As they're going to be completely going in for the fight. They will buy back immediately on Madara. Schofield with the Terrorize will connect on to only 2. Actually make that only 1. It only catches the Drakil. Now in some trouble is going to be, however, 1. It's going to be better now to heal him up for a little bit, but that's fine. That's just the first life gone this time. Zeus Nimbus here being in the way is causing a really big problem as Chris Luck looking to try and jump onto the Drakil. Better not jumping on over to try and get even closer here to any enemies. Needs to try and hand this Aghanim's blessing on over to someone, though he's not yet done that. For now, they're going to go ahead and reset this team fight, but that's going to be a dieback then on Schofield. Madara not able to get much out of his buyback either. As who are you going to give this Aghanim's blessing to? Probably Drakil, I would assume. You want to give the Aghanim's blessing to? Right? Who's going to... You could see everyone going, hey, Berna, it's really cool. You're my favorite carry that I've played with. Anyway, can I have that Aghanim's blessing? Who's going to take it here? Stinger, you madman? What are you doing? Okay, the Axe Call is going to completely miss, but there's going to be the counter initiation by Whisper, but he doesn't have BKB. He does have the Arena, but doesn't have time to get it off. Rooted down is going to be Stinger. There's a very defensive Arena as Stinger pops the smoke. Just confusion everywhere here. As now there's going to be Tombstone drop, so the Drow Ranger can't even go in. In the meantime, still continuing to fight is going to be Chris Luck. He finds the kill onto the Maiden. That's a dieback at the very least there, but he's been caught now as Superman Sven running on in to pop the Lincoln Sphere. They need a little bit more here, and this Invoker is going to be a bit too fast for them to catch up to. No dust equals no kills. Yadomi then with his 4-staff of his own. Just Guardian Greaves for him, but that's going to be important to purge off the silence so he can drop Tombstone. As well as, I believe, Cold Snap will be quite annoying for him. Have they split cheeses, or did Better not just eat one? I don't think you can split cheese. Yeah. You can't feed them to your allies. I don't think you can share them like you can share a tango. That'd be a little bit silly. But 1 dead apiece here for both teams. It's only the Maiden down for Unknown, so they might still look for a fight, honestly, if you show on the map, and that's what they're going to try and hunt for Chris Luck. They have the call now. They have found him. He did get the BKB off, but locked down here throughout the duration. They need to try and dust him up here, or do they even need to? They just burst through him so quickly with the damage out from Berna. Dead for 100 seconds here, so they're going to look to try and force the buyback immediately from him. Berna did actually use the God Strength here. Still has his own BKB, but no Aegis, of course. Cataclysm, I believe, is going to be up here quite shortly. There's no way for me to tell, unfortunately, but it should be up. As they're going to set to work now on the top of Tier 3 tower, the first Tier 3. Stinger. Looking to perma-stun up Berna. There's the 4-stat forward from Drakil, but he goes right into the Frost Arrow, however. It's going to stop the blink, because he will be able to blink out. Berna uses the BKB just to leave, as that will be then the Arena of Blood used for not much gained.
Radiant's top tower.
Oh, Whisper looking to try and abduct someone. Will not be successful. Pops the BKB. Running in like he has BKB, but doesn't. There's going to be the refresher now. Oh my goodness. Drow in trouble. Dunked. Immediately dead for 2 minutes. That's a dieback on a hurt. That's all your damage. Chris Luck then. It's a 2v5 as he's going to try and beat him as well as Whisper, trying to prevent Beast Coast from being eliminated here from the LPG final series. Let's see if they can get it done as Berna now makes the jump in. Taunted will be Chris Luck. Still has that Aghanim Scepter to use, but they have now popped his Lincoln Sphere. Drakil with his own BKB active is going to be forced back. A little bit too much damage courtesy of the tier 4 towers. Whisper nearly dying. Highest, of course. A little bit of extra healing to stay alive as Wiz now running in. We have Willow back in 5, as well as now Whisper in 20 seconds. But most importantly, Drow Ranger dead still for another minute and a half as Chris Luck taking a lot of damage here from the Nimbus. Needs to be a bit careful. Trying to nuke down Robosetta is going to be Schofield, you madman. He's going to be absolutely murdered for this one, or will he? They should catch him relatively easily, and down he goes. We're low on mana there, but Wiz actually eating some cheese to get back to full HP, immediately jumping in as look at Berna go. They will reflect the stun at the very least right into the Cataclysm. BK beat up though. He's going to be able to chew right through those. Continue trying to fight versus Whisper as he's going to jump onto Chris Luck now. BKB active. They can't do much against him, and that's now Chris Luck dead for 2 minutes. He's going to get the kill onto Whisper as well, and last to fall will be Stinger. Will have at least buyback here on Whisper. As now facing elimination, they're going to try and throw whatever they can here. 30 seconds left till the Drow is back, but a whole nother 90 seconds, over 100 actually here, until they have their Invoker. Whisper trying to force one at least into the pit unsuccessfully. Into the fountain, I should say. Hidomi will buy a book here, dropping a tombstone, but this is going to be the GG. Beast Coast then eliminated from the Movistar Liga final series by Team Unknown, who will take a 2-0 victory over them. Very well played. That's going to be our first series already over as Beast Coast will now be eliminated. Unfortunately, we will no longer be in some directly invited here to the tournament, but Unknown will be able to dispatch of them and move on then into the decider match, which will be played tomorrow. For now, we are going to be going to a short break. Omega versus Latam Defenders starting here as soon as possible here, so probably within the next 15 or 20 minutes or so, guys. We're going to be going to a short break until then. We'll see you on the next game.
Cada año, a lo largo de toda la región, un desafío es anunciado. Un enfrentamiento que convoca a los mejores guerreros. El llamado a la batalla se hace escuchar y con ello la decisión de poner a prueba sus más grandes habilidades. Sin importar los adversarios y obstáculos que se presenten en el camino. Todo por demostrar su fortaleza y supremacía frente a los más poderosos rivales. beastcoast. Kokori. Thunder Predator. Echo Boys. Team Brasil. Omega Gaming. Unknown Team. Latam Defenders. Solo uno de ellos logrará la hazaña y obtendrá la gloria. ¡Victory!
Next match.
Omega Gaming
Versus
Latam Defenders.
Me he llevado una gran sorpresa de ese equipo porque los he visto jugar y juegan muy bien. Pero aún creo que le falta un poquito de mejorar en estrategia y creo que nos podemos llevar la serie contra ellos.
Podemos dar para más, o sea, siento que estamos recién practicando juntos, pucha, un mes recién y siento que damos para más. Si damos un buen pelea en la Final Series siento que ya tenemos un espacio ya en la primera división y lograr entre los 4 primeros para lograr estar en una Major.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to our coverage here of the Movistar Liga final series. We're now live with our second and last series of the day. It's going to be best of 3 between Omega and Latam Defenders.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Pardon me.
Dire team pick.
As we now see our draft here underway. As I was saying, a loser's match here. It's going to be Group B, deciding who's going to move on to then play Thunder Predator. Now, it was Thunder Predator who did get the 2-0 win. Make that Okari, as Okari were the losers to Thunder Predator. Now, Okari did actually beat Omega in a 2-0 win, is what I meant to say. So we're going to have to see here how they match up, or who will be actually going for the rematch. I imagine Omega is going to be looking for the rematch, as they were probably unexpectedly dealt that loss. We shall see here as we're about to get underway. And the draft now. Well, into the first two picks already for both two sides. Slaughter Snap for the Omega and the Undying Mars. Pretty popular combos here between both teams. And yeah, we'll see where it goes from here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Phoenix ban really for either side. Very specifically, well, I don't know actually. I think Omega are fine if they pick a Phoenix. They're okay with Latam picking a Phoenix as well because you already have the Snapfire ingrained in your draft, but sometimes it's better just take care of it because that makes it a bit more difficult. If you put the egg correctly, there's really nothing Snap can do about a well-placed Supernova and an even better placed Arena of Blood.
5 seconds remaining.
So that's always going to be a consideration to be aware of. As we get now a ban from Omega. Thinking about this one, Panda, their drafter. Always says he prefers first pick, but then refined that to say, well, we care about who we're drafting about, and we take that into consideration more. As we'll see how they take it into consideration versus the defenders. Arms PP, who we have seen stand in. Actually, for the side of Omega, pardon me. They stood in for their games during the Realms Collide when they were unfortunately eliminated from the playoff contention. Or in playoffs, rather. But back to full strength with Dark Mago, the man who loves his music, back into the mid lane for them. I'm excited to see this roster back at full strength and see what they can do.
5 seconds
And we're quite impressed throughout the run of the Realms Collide tournament.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Earth Spirit.
There's the Earth Spirit pick for Latam. Okay, so it should be the position 4 with the Undying. How do you punish the Sun? You already have quite a few melee heroes. Nothing yet to cancel a Black Hole. Maybe you start thinking about that. And it's really only carries that have been banned out. And a couple position 4s here for the side of Omega. The Void Spirit is going to be the only mid laner currently banned, however. So Lina still in the pool. Storm, Ember as well, all available, as well as, of course, the Dark Mago Invoker that Omega banned themselves. Omega, though, what are they going to draft here? Looks like they have probably their off-lane or support set. Maybe they're going to go ahead and pick another support here. Something a little bit flexible that you might be able to flex with the off-lane. Nope, they're going to go with the Ember instead. So still in the pool. That's what they decided for. One of the more elusive spirits in the game along with the Storm. Of course, Ember with a bit more global presence thanks to the way the Remnants work, however. Should see the Earth Spirit probably pick up a point at level 5 for the Silence, just so he always has kill potential against them, but it's always rather difficult. Probably going to be a Yule Scepter game here for the Mars then, after the Blink, or maybe even before the Blink, to be able to actually try and set up for kills onto Ember. Even then, they're not guaranteed. It's a very difficult sort of match. It's a good Ember pick. It's a hero that leaves the arena. I think it's too early to pick a Storm. Ooh, especially because you set yourself up for a really mean AM game. So it's prudent drafting by Omega. Always what they've been good at. As we'll see them now. Latam here trying to respond. Could use a silence here. The puck's still available. But again, a little bit early to draft a puck. Not the strongest of heroes either. I'm not too familiar with the defender's lineup, if I'm being completely honest. Much more familiar with Omega.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Viper pick then for the Ember Spirit. Sorry, I had to respond to something. As the PL pick to then counter it here for the side of Omega. That will be then Mingate on the PL. Torquemago probably on the Ember Spirit. Looks like we then probably need ourselves a support, or I reckon so. Maybe a position 4. Of course, you can always, again, flex the Slaughter Snap, so it's important to consider your offlaners as well, thinking about this one. We're likely to see a Pugna ban, though. I don't know if you can really fit a Pugna into the Omega Gaming lineup, but that's a hero that does kind of neutralize the Viper, generally speaking. Really makes his game quite difficult to play. I wouldn't be surprised. Again, I just don't know how you fit it wouldn't, because then you'd have to run an Ember like support. Then like a Snapfire mid against the Viper just is difficult for the early levels as well.
5 seconds.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can fit a Pugna in here. I'm not sure if that's a concern that Latam have, but it's one of the picks that definitely comes to mind. That definitely counters them. They'll ban the Bat, so they are thinking of mid laners, or at least some heroes in this sort of flex role. I mean, I suppose Slaughter 5, Snapfire offlane, Ember Spirit position 4, and then you can pick up a mid laner like the Pugna, for example. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, to be honest. They'll ban the Alchemist. I think they might be thinking about it here, to be honest. Let's see. I wouldn't mind seeing the Pugna pick here for Omega. They don't have last pick, so they do need to be aware of that, because we still need to carry for the side of Latam. But we've gotten rid of a lot of ranged heroes, and then of course the Alchemist. There's no Spectre, no PA, no Sven in the pool, no Lifestealer either. So in fact, some of the carries are going to be harder to come by. And there's the Underlord ban. What will Omega decide? I really wouldn't mind seeing a Pugna. I think that's a good pick here. Is it? Let me think. Doesn't really help you against the Mars. Doesn't really help you against the Earth Spirit. Destroys Viper.
10 seconds remaining.
I still think it's a decent pick, but I could, obviously I'm very open to suggestions that Omega Gaming are probably going to propose here.
Dire team pick.
It's going to be the Oracle. So they're going to go for the save, the Dispel, then probably for the PL. So that will be Panda then on the Oracle. And as it's going to be a bit more of a standard draft, they're not going to do anything. No too much funny business here. Should be the Snap position 4 then, which is going to be paired nicely with the Slardar. A very mean safe lane there for Latam, rather, to try and contend with.
5 seconds remaining.
Faceless Void, the last pick here, is a pretty good one. Good lockdown versus the Ember, versus the PL, even versus the Slardar. Kisses into Chrono can definitely ruin you, and Oracle is always a really big concern, however. So I think the pick versus the cores is good, but it doesn't take too much consideration, however, for the actual supports this game. Of course, INS and Panda, no slouches by any means on these two supports. And that's going to be then my main concern, I think, with the Latam draft. If we take a look at the other side, the Viper could still pretty seriously be a problem. It's going to be mid lane Viper now versus Dark Mago, which has some concerns for, of course, the HP of the Ember Spirit. He's probably going to have to be going for the Flame Guard build, which means he'll recover nicely in the jungle anyway. But that's going to be farm that the PL is not going to be able to take for a little bit of time. I reckon it'll be okay, because I don't think the PL's lane is going to be that difficult here. We're going to be up against Destroyer on the Earth Spirit and Little Boy on the Mars. Yeah, it doesn't look too difficult. There is some kill potential there if you're a little bit silly with your placement, of course, and if you get a point in the Silence early at level 5 for the Earth Spirit, if you can actually get levels. But I think for the most part, the PL, he always has the option of just kind of getting outside of an arena. The Dispel for the not for the Science, but for the Move Slow, as well as for the Magnetize, you completely Dispel. Of course, you can refresh the Magnetize, but it's easier said than done. The Earth Spirit kind of has a very love-hate relationship versus PLs, because you do actually end up locating the actual PL quite nicely when he's surrounded by doppelgangers, as well as just illusions, generally speaking, because you roll through everything and you only connect on the real one. But at the same time, it's generally not a place you want to be. He destroys you relatively quickly because you're kind of a low armor hero, and even without the diffusal blade, you just die really fast to all the illusions. So it's not the easiest game here for our Spirit either, or anything like that. The PL, he does much better here versus the supports that Latam have thrown against him, especially against the Tombstone. Does very nice against the Undying. The Viper might be a bit of an issue, of course, but we're going to have to see how that one plays out. I think we're probably going to see a very tanky Viper build this game, I would imagine. Probably Rod of Atos into... I don't know, actually. I would like to see the Blink, or maybe Rod of Atos Mechanism. Do you need the Greaves this game? Not really. Maybe for the Roots, for the Searing Chains as well. I could see a point for it. But I think overall it's going to be kind of full tilt aggression. It's going to be the name of the game for our Vipers. The defenders, well, you know what they say, the best defense is a good offense. And this game, I think they definitely need to play this one a little bit faster to be able to get the ball rolling. Bit of a pause then, as we are quite used to here in the SEA region. as we'll be waiting a bit longer this time around for our pause. Take a look at starting items, but I imagine we've got quite a few players that haven't bought anything. Actually, everyone has bought at least something. Oscar with the most gold in the game, but it's only actually got a Coiling Blade for himself right now. Not a whole lot to discuss. We've already talked about most of it in the draft here, so kind of just a waiting game for now. But thank you guys so much for tuning in for our coverage here of the Movistar LPG Final Series. This is going to be the losers match for Group B, Omega 2-0'd by Okari. And, of course, Thunder Predator getting the 2-0 win versus the Defenders. This is going to determine who's going to get the rematch versus Okari to potentially move on into the playoff stage here after the four-team GSL group stage.
The next level play.
There we are. Have the good to go, as we'll be getting underway here in just a bit. Thank you guys for sticking around. Once again, longer pause. It's hard to just solo cast through a pause like this, so I appreciate you guys sticking around, as we'll be getting good to go then. The entirety of Omega, just silver or copper tier or whatever it is, bronze tier maybe, on this, on all of their heroes. Might try for a first blood here down in the bottom lane. As we have the kill squad of 3 heading down there. I don't know, I feel like you'd have to take Cookie here. Maybe not. With a Fortune's End, that could be enough, but you'd probably not be able to really go for any of these 3 heroes here. 3 strength melee heroes, quite tanky indeed. Makes the lane a little bit easy for you at least, but not really a whole lot that you can do otherwise here in terms of trying to kill them early on, just because of all that HP they got. Oh no, not again. As we have another pause, this time from Omega. What I think about drafts, I think the Latam draft is a bit easier to execute here. But because they have so many melee heroes, in fact they have 4 of them with only the Viper being ranged, they're going to have some troubles here probably finding the PL, finding the Ember in terms of actually doing the damage. Chrono is going to be very instrumental to be able to actually set up for kills here, as it's either that Chrono or the Mars, because either way it's going to be hard for you, for the Undying really, to do anything this game, to be honest. And they have a good save for him on the Oracle, for anyone really, the PL, stuff like that. It's going to be a bit difficult. It's going to be a difficult game for the Defenders, I think. They need to deal with the Oracle as soon as possible. They don't really have such a great person to just dive after him, like Spectre, like a Sven even. You have Faceless Void, right? Anywhere he time walks, he's going to be focused down immediately. We got plenty of routes for him, a Cookie Stun, a Bash, and he's going to get all of his mana burned here as soon as we get that Diffusal Blade up and running on PL. Another long pause here. Not a whole lot of information given, but I assume it's just going to be to get the ping back under control. Tends to be an issue here in the SA region, as we have a lot of pauses here. It's definitely the norm.
哎，队友呢？队友嘞？哎，队友呢？队友呢？队友呢？
Once again, nothing too surprising here in the starting items. Lots of green, lots of regen, a few slippers of agility here and there for the PL, for PP. So he's going to be hoping to build up a couple of Wraith Bands here. Same thing for arms. Probably this game, I think you need to be scaling a little bit. The early game pressure not going to be too much. Battle Fury, I think, is a good item. I think Ags is a good consideration later on into the game.
30 seconds.
Versus a PL, Maelstrom, Mjolnir is always a consideration, but on Faceless Void, I don't know. Maybe you can try go for a Butterfly or some evasion early on to force the PL into a difficult situation where either he's got to go Divine or he's got to go for MKB. Two items, well, one of which you don't want to build too early, and the other that PL just doesn't want to build overall.
The battle begins.
Here we go. Cookie being stopped immediately. Nice job on the God's Rebuke out from Little Boy. As they still want a little bit of damage onto him. Again, 3 strength heroes down here is going to make it really difficult for Omega to actually get anything done. This top lane, they're going to send Arms all alone for now. He's probably going to get a TP, I imagine, from the Undying at some point, just to make sure that he's not going to lane versus the Slardar all alone. Slardar really going to excel in these lanes, though. He's going to have a pretty fun time overall, as we see INS taking a bit of a shortcut on the way on over through the trees here. It's going to have, you know, a little bit of the Undying here to contend with him. As we'll take a look now at our mid lane matchup. Early on, you tend to take the Nether Toxin here and nuke the first wave, but that hasn't been done quite yet. It looks like the block was a little bit too good for Dark Mago, or PP did not block and maybe tried to throw him for a loop. Either way, we're going to have an early level 2 here for Dark Mago. We're going to be slapping him here with the nunchucks. Top lane, they're looking like they're getting a little aggressive as well, as the lane has been now pushed underneath the tier 1 tower as well under Omega, so similar signs here in their off lane as well as in their mid lane. Now we will have level 2 here for PP, so the damage begins. We actually don't have a single point into the Flame Guard quite yet, so all these poison attacks will begin to add up here quite shortly. Good CSing by PP thus far, though, as he's, gonna start to do his stuff. It's minus 24, 8 damage for each at level 1, up to 32 now. Needs 1 more for the 40, and already Dark Mago is going to be enjoying life. He's already used 2 of his own tangos, has 1 more shared to use here, so he's definitely going to have to call in some more regen at some point. A little bit of a cheeky, breaky stack there. It's going to allow our Earth Spirit to nuke that way a bit faster. The little boy, he's going to be okay here with the God's Rebuke. So we have plenty of strength stolen up in this top lane. Good decision as well to go for the Ringer Protection. He knows this lane is going to be really hard. 12 strength stolen from the Slardar alone. There's a fair number here. That's going to be up to 16. He's got to be careful here. Oh, just back to 12 as you're unable to stack too many of those. Bracer completed for our Mars in the off lane. He's currently our CS leader, but just about neck and neck now with BP, the Viper, who's going to slowly but surely start to run away with this lane here. As soon as he gets a bottle, that is. He does need plenty of regen to be actually able to spam plenty of attacks. He's going to go with the singular Wraith Band and just a Mango here, just in case he needs some. Dark Mago, though, needs the bottle ASAP here, and this is going to be a bad sign for PP then, because the regen is not going to be able to provide you nearly as much as a bottle would be able to do so. 4 charges, now make it 5 here to refresh, as Dark Mago likely to just die here. Gets furthest away from the creep wave as he can go, as he's going to force out all the mana he can out from Viper. But First Blood, just about as easy as it could be here for the mid laner. Even took a point here and actually Corrosive Skin. Just so much damage here. The attack speed slow there. So is the magic resistance going to be proven to be very, very nice here for our Viper. Attack speed slow is like 8. It's not that much, but it helps. It does help against melee heroes especially. As they have now Bullet INS out of lane. Well, Scud needs to be a bit careful here, but low on mana is our Undying, so unlikely that he's really able to do too much here. Snapfire with 12 strength missing at some point, running all the way home on little Mortimer, who's going to be struggling to carry her all the way to the fountain. 4-minute runes, though. No one rotating quite yet. Here goes now Destroyer, the position for Earth Spirit for Latam defenders. He's going to see his own brother. Sure, he's got a 2-level advantage, but you also have a 1-man up here. Dark Mago, he's not going to be able to refill his bottle either here. Panda TPing into the trees. I mean, it's fine because he did just TP in. Okay, 2 supports now TP in, and they need to try and shift the dynamic of this lane. Oh, Searing Chain's not going to connect, though, so that means there's no possibility for the cookie, or they didn't want to go for it anyway. So he's going to immediately eat quite a few poison attacks. As you can see, purge those off real nice. And that'll go ahead and try and reset this lane for the Ember Spirit. But both supports rotating on over means the bottom lane is actually pretty hard here. Mingate is going to be doing some good damage here to Little Boy. But now Destroyer rotating on back. There's going to be now the Spirit Lance doing some good work, but not nearly enough. His top lane is actually going to be where Omega begins to suffer first. Destroyer really looking for this. He actually takes a point there in the silence to make sure that there's no chance for another Doppel. He didn't have it for another second anyway, but it guarantees the kill. And so far, so good for the defenders, who are up 3-0 at the 5-minute mark. And they are looking real good indeed. Our Ember Spirit is currently trying to gank bottom, but with only level 4, it's rather difficult here. This Little Boy even not going to be too bothered there. Has a bottle of his own. He's going to be able to pick up a bounty rune as well in the top lane. They might decide to give that one to the Viper, though. We'll see here, as he's going to be, again, just being as annoying as possible. Now 3 points in the poison attack is doing a lot of damage here to our Ember Spirit, who, again, decided not to take any points into the Flame Guard. I don't know. I don't know why. It does, of course, absorb a lot of that damage, but I guess he decides it's not worth it. My concern is that you need to be fighting with a build like this, and he's in no position to be fighting the Viper, but he at least will be able to try and take out this wagon early. No, it's going to stay alive. He needs one more tower hit on it as we'll get a kill down in the top lane. The bottom, let's now tune in here and catch this kill onto Panda, who's magic immune to all that damage, but the slow will still pierce. Little Boy now in trouble, getting ran down by the illusions of Mingate, but he's going to have to turn that one around. Viper looks like he was looking to force a kill onto the Ember Spirit, or at least looking to force the salve, and does manage to do so, as the haste rune then will be picked up by our INS, who is going to be running bottom now. They get a kill onto Little Boy. They're going to be looking for one as well onto Destroyer, no doubt. So here's the haste rune now ending. We have a cookie, but not a whole lot of other lockdown here for this bottom lane. So Omega, they're going to go ahead and take it easy. They're happy with what they've got thus far. They really are just taking a fair bit of damage. There's the Cookie Stun now on the Destroyer. Let's not miss this kill. 6 used all around, but it's not going to be nearly enough stick charges there for Destroyer. He will go down to the rotating Snapfire. Very, very effective gank there. As Arms looking to time walk away the damage. Level 5 already here for Slardar. He's been left alone here for a good amount of time, so he's got the experience to show for it. BP doing some insane damage to this tier 1 tower, however, with basically right clicks alone. Had the catapults as well laying into it for a while, but for the most part, it's just him keeping up the creep aggro as well. It's just doing a lot of damage here. I mean, got that. Has the Doppel at the ready, but Little Boy with plenty of mana to use, but no skills to be used, as they're all going to be on cooldown. Dark Mago needs a bottle refill here. As they are going to rotate Destroyer on over to the mid lane. And that's probably a kill onto INS. Not if they miss the rolling boulder, it's not. Looking for a rune, looking to try and TP up, but not a chance there. As PP easily picking up the kill. Dark Mago, level 6 finally, so he can drop a Remnant and return home. And then come back to the lane here with a full bottle, full HP, full mana. He's going to be real happy with that, as he can even spam out a few spells. He still has the Fountain regen, so he's still pretty good in terms of mana and HP. Very wise choice there. It's like the Kunkka X marks the spot. A little bit easier to do, though. You're not limited to that time. As it's a bash onto Arms. He's got the Chronosphere now, as does Oskar. Well, it's not a Chronosphere, but he's got the Corrosive Haze. 900 HP, even with, what is that, 240 strength missing. 240 HP missing, that is. So quite a tanky hero, this Slardar. It's very, very difficult to actually kill him here. I imagine in this lane, yeah, we are going for more points into the bash than we are into the time walk. And it actually is going to be the Mask of Madness first item here for our Faceless Void. I still think the Battle Fury might be the right decision here, but could end up going for both, to be honest. It wouldn't be the craziest thing DD rune's going to be purged off by PP. He's got the Viper Strike, though. Plenty of remnants to use. As now Panda actually healing him up a little bit. Scatter Blast will slow him. Not enough for the kill here, as now that's double the healing now applied to PP. It's really difficult for them to kill him here. Still has plenty more healing to go, actually, as Oscar will hit him with a stun. In the meantime, Destroyer onto his brother he goes. Will get that kill there. Broken, but still not dead is Oscar. As PP now turning, they finally get the kill there. It's going to be Oscar after everything, getting that one. As the Undying chasing down Panda, won't be able to catch him. However, they will get the kill onto INS as well as the Oracle. Destroyer with 2 kills there. They get the mid laner. Exchange for 3 kills of their own.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So overall, Defender's still very, very happy with how this game is going. Little boy will then return back to the bottom lane to go ahead and push this wagon back out. It's a 5-minute wagon, by the way, there. Not a 10-minute wagon, so that was doing some serious damage to the tier 1 tower. And as we'll take a look at net worth now, approaching the 10-minute mark. That is going to be the PL leading Mingate, finding farm here. Nearly has, I mean, he already has a full Yasha actually completed. PP in the mid lane has almost a full Dragon Lance in addition to the to the phase boots. Power treads, I apologize. I'm losing my mind here, having to wake up so early to cast these Dota games. But Mingate, full boots as well as now a Yasha is going to have some very, very serious farming potential this game. And again, our Faceless Void is not really quite there yet. Does not even have the full Mask of Madness yet. He's not too far behind, to be honest. Only 800 gold behind. He's got the Morbid Mask at the very least, so we can actually afford to jungle now. But it's a bit of a precarious situation for him, as they will get that kill there onto Destroyer. He was looking to try and contest the runes, but we'll find that a little bit too difficult to do. INS even getting the deny. Very cheeky. As Arms has a Chrono, but will not be able to use it any effectively. Mid tower, pardon me, will drop even before the wagon shows up. PP just has way too much damage right now. Pushes the lanes too fast here with Nether Toxin. Interesting build. He's now, I mean, obviously you max the poison attack, but back into Nether Toxin. But equal points as well here into the Corrosive Skin. He's going to pick up an Arcane Rune. He's going to hold on to that one for now, actually. It's not a terrible item, the bonus armor. And a little bit, 10 intelligence is no joke, to be honest. Doesn't translate to him into damage, but does give him a bunch more mana to play with here. So we have plenty of heroes now ready to go bot lane instead. They're going to rotate Arms on over. They will mirror the movements here with PL already starting to... Actually, PL in the jungle, so kind of rotated, mirroring the movements, but he wants that Manta style as fast as possible. I wonder if he is going to be considering the Diffusal Blade this game. I think, to me, it's just a little bit too strong on the PL, but I see a case for maybe instead you go for something different. It's going to be a slow siege, but they'll get the job done eventually here. 3 very, very tanky heroes can probably tank a tier 1 for just about forever, to be honest, between the 3 of them. Well, long enough anyway for this tower to go down. They will lose their top tier 1 tower, of course, to the push courtesy of Dark Mago, as there goes that bottom tier 1 then for the defenders. Mask of Madness now completed straight into MKB then is the decision for our Faceless Void. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe he's expecting a Butterfly soon or something on the PL. It's not too far off, because we almost have enough already for the Ultimate Orb with the Manta style. We see plenty of stacks here in favor of Omega. Really are looking to try and take this game. What the heck? Where are all those bats coming from? What is going on? That is just obnoxious. Kisses in the mid lane here on the Little Boy as he drops his Arena. Should be countered, however, pretty effectively by INS. Little Boy trying to stay alive for now, as the Purifying Flames will not be enough to nuke him. It's level 3 Purifying Flames, and unfortunately Panda so close, but every single time he's just ended up healing enemies away. So that Remnant's going to be a little bit too late for them to actually go in on. Arms nearby, of course, still has the Chronosphere. Has not yet used one this game. We don't have the greatest combos in a Chrono either out from the defenders. It's another big fault here, or a big problem in their draft. They can drop a Tombstone and spawn zombies to get a Horde nice and ready. They can throw a Spear in. They can drop Nether Toxin. They can kick a Boulder in. But other than that, there's not really a whole lot. In fact, it's kind of a counter synergy between the Faceless Void and the Mars at times. So the 2 heroes usually trying to attempt to do very different things. That could always be punished because Omega then they have to try to do 2 different playstyles to counter this at the same time. But I think this is a team that's quite confident in their abilities. I don't think this is going to be anything to trip them up. We're going to smoke just out of the tower range here. Ideally, they can catch Arms, who is farming quite quickly now with the Blitz Knuckles on him now. Does not have the Mask of Madness active. He's got another Time Walk in 3 more seconds. Has the Chrono as well. Syrian Chains nearby. He's looking to probably guarantee them. Here's INS now wrapping around. Arms will see them. He will get rooted up as in they go. Drops the Chrono now. So he will actually prevent that stun from coming through, and he's going to be safe and sound. TP's now coming in just in case they want to go any further, and they're not going to be able to do so. Syrian Chains, don't believe caught anyone there. Dark Mago continuing to run away. Going for the right-clicker build, though, which was obvious, of course, because he doesn't have the Flame Guard.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Already having the Dragonlance going in for the Maelstrom here, so just full damage build on the Viper, full damage as well from Dark Mago, as they will be able to scout him now. They need a silence immediately to follow after. Kisses now raining down. They've got a good amount of damage from him. Look at the Kisses, though. These 2 strength heroes quite tanky, but not tanky enough to soak through all of that. Panda's been caught. They're going to zone him away. They cancel his TP as well. He might actually live through this, to be honest with you, as they will try and snipe the rune away from PP, but no chance there. Plenty of damage, but they will actually get the kill there. I mean, got to, though, chasing down the Viper, right-clicking him down death. Viper doesn't do too well versus the crowds, and well, neither does Mars, as Mingate already beginning to run away with this game here. 2 kills for him here already. Didn't even have to use the Mance Style there. Going next into the Diffusal Blade immediately, as he's already level 13, so the level 2 Doppelganger is, sorry, make that Juxtapose doing a lot of work here. Puddle the Viper because his throat is dry. My throat is a bit dry as well here. Getting to work here on the mid-tier 1 tower, though, is going to be the illusions of Mingate before they explode into bats and destroy my FPS. He's going to have some good farm here. Has enough for the second Blade of Alacrity. Didn't even finish a full Wraith, man. He just felt like he was going to be able to fully farm this game. And you know what? He was absolutely correct here. Let's look at him go here. Spawning plenty of illusions. I really wish that any of the Ancients, besides the Prowler, would actually use their abilities. The only one to actually use abilities is this big guy, the Stegosaurus-looking dude. This looks like a smoke gank, and it is. Salatum defenders then looking to try and invade the triangle. It's going to be a bit late, and Panda in perfect position here to break the smokes. Already out of harm's way is going to be the PL, as they're going to kick Panda at least back into his death pit into the tree. Down he goes. Doesn't even have the ult. Dark Mago, as well as now Mingate. They're going to send in the boys. There's full defusal. These illusions won't have them, though. There's the good news, at least for little boy. He's going to be able to keep all of his mana. Zombies being spawned, though. It'll be a bit annoying. Mingate now showing off his brand new Diffusal Blade in the mid lane. Getting rooted down will be PP. That's going to have the Kisses now brought on in, and that's so much magic damage. Chronosphere is not going to find anything there, as Arms may be expecting something that, well, I'm not really sure. He's going to be rooted and killed now, as the Cookie will stun up 2. Little boy then will be killed by Mingate, who is now being able to make quick work of already the Undying. Down he goes. A full team wipe there for not much. Chronosphere onto the PL Illusions. Maybe trying to save his Viper, but unfortunately that was not going to get the job done there. Fortify was going to burn a little bit of their time, but this push is going to continue no matter what. Good fight there for Omega, who now find themselves up 13-10. And again, with the early Rosh possibility, whenever you have a slaughter, they're going to go ahead and start that one up. Mingate is going to do pretty decent against Rosh. I remember PL used to not be able to Rosh. He can still technically. The illusion is very good for the purposes of tanking. As we can see, Roshan is going to slam. Yeah, he loves slamming, though, when there's a PL into the pit. But it will be then Aegis here, probably in the inventory of Mingate. Already going for the Eye of Scotty. Might even just finish off a Divine Rapier after that, to be honest, with the amount of farm he's getting here. But 4K now the advantage as Omega decide that they put themselves squarely into the driver's seat. It's a very active PL here and a lot of kills he's being able to net. Tombstone dropped onto the high ground. Not really going to do too much here. They will be able to destroy this one. Even get a D-Ward in the meantime. We're going to get some tier 2s to drop. Very exciting, but already level 15 is our PL, which is probably even more exciting for him. Just looking to apply map pressure. This is the thing about Mingate. He's very active in his farm in here. He recognizes how strong he is. They can't really kill him. They don't have Chrono. Arena is unlikely to catch him here with what the Mars currently has. Does have the Yule Scepter, so it has to probably be a little bit careful, but needs to be able to identify the right PL amongst the very many of them, making that a little bit more difficult than it would seem. We got the even destroying trees to make sure he's not going to get jumped, and there goes the bottom tier 1 tower then. We got the continuing to farm, has now one of the ultimate orbs. Stats, of course, just so strong on the PL. He actually has he's just built stats. He barely has any plus damage items. In fact, he doesn't have any plus damage items. Just his stats, every single one of his items. Lots of stats, lots of stats. Aegis gives you the ultimate amount of stats, I would say. Got to kind of just solo pushing. In the meantime, still farming his Dark Mago. It now has the Desolator up and running, so the minus armor is looking pretty mean. It's still, actually, it's Corrosive Haze now level 2, so a 15 minus armor reduction. Now you add in the minus 6 is already minus 21. And yeah, that's looking pretty good already here, to be quite honest with you. I do hear a little bit of a fight now breaking out. BP did land a little bit of a Viper Strike onto Oscar. They're going to be looking to turn Kisses yet again. Chrono, this one have a better one. It's going to catch 3 as the Destroyer rolling into it. INS can't really do too much here. Arm's a bit too close, but look at the damage already broken. It's still fighting. It's going to be the rest of Omega now, as they will turn now and blow up Destroyer. They did get at least 2 kills here. Now 3 even, as it's just going to be possibly even a 1 fight here for the side of the defenders. Mingate, though, is still the Titan they need to take down, and they need to kill him twice. He's looking to try and turn this one a second time, as they will at least heal up Little Boy, but that just gives Mingate more damage. The Ultra Kill already for him in this match, as the rest of his teammates will end up falling. Damage in a Chrono sufficient there to be able to nuke him down. They set up now in a very nice arena following the Chronosphere. So well played there. A good fight here for the defenders, relatively speaking, but they still have very, very serious Phantom Lancer problems, as we can see. Going for the Basher next on our PL. Might even just be the full Abyssal Blade, but he has now the full Eye of Scotty up and running. So that's going to be plenty of damage or HP healing reduced, as well as just a lot more damage, right, including on your stats. Does have now plus 24. That's going to be courtesy of the Imp Claw, but that's a great item for PL, as all of your illusions actually do benefit from it. Needs to be careful of that break, though, but not too careful. Of course, he still does have an Aegis, and Oscar now right next to him here as well. Did get the Corrosive Haze off, actually. There's the Arena of Blood. Panda actually caught in this one. He's going to get the ulti off onto Oscar. So there's the kill onto PP. Before he can even leave his own arena, Little Boy's going to die to the PL. Dark Mago now considering going in, but they want this undying. They already have dispatched of his Tombstone. Scatterblast is ready to slow him down, but they're not going to let him go. Never mind. They are going to kill him. Oscar with the blink forward to secure that one, as Mingate continues the siege onto the tier 2 tower. The push isn't too fast out from the side of Omega, but it'll be fast enough when everyone actually focuses onto the buildings, especially with the Desolator up on PL. And straight into the high ground they go. 22 minutes in. Been pretty fast games all tournament here, to be honest, and it looks like Omega, they have prepared themselves here for another fast one. It's that tier 3 tower already deleted. We can see this Desolator constantly refresh on the melee barracks. and plenty of damage. Now, the minus armor, of course, thanks to Little Shredder, does actually help you push way faster, as they're going to get the mid-barracks and back off. They know Chronosphere is up soon, so they don't want to get drawn into any sort of engagement right now. Age is about to be reclaimed in 15 seconds. It's just plain and simply not a good time for Omega to fight. They're going to go ahead and back off. Looks to maybe, you know, take an outpost, maybe set up vision for next Roche. Might be up in 3 minutes, of course, but they could be in for a bit of a longer haul here. But still, Mingate, as strong as he feels, might go for more. As there's the Gobble Up, actually now finished up by the Snapfire, as Aegis will be reclaimed. One tier 2 remains, as the rest of defenders will now smoke up, but the PL, he's leaving bait behind. Will they actually make a jump onto it? Right now, I don't think, yeah, there's no way they think that's real, so they're not going to go for that one. Blink on the Mars now is going to be the newest item for him, as they see the Manta-style illusions. They might think one of those is real, but now they know which one it is for sure. Arms, not sure if he should go in or not, has sight of Mingate. They have a Chrono at the ready. Mingate, though, trying to bait him. Instead, he's gone right back in. They find the real one. They silence him up as well. There's the Arena Upload. Arms is going to time walk out, then drop the Chrono onto 3. It's both cores, actually. It's all 3 cores. Mingate, the last one they go on, but Panda's going to be able to get off the False Promise, trying to heal him back up to full, but PP pumping in so much damage here. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to live through this one. Now he's not. He's going to get the red light, and down he goes. Dead for 69, the first kill they have gotten on him. Mingate, and this team fight going very poorly for Omega. They've lost 4. And the only one to live right now is going to be the Snapfire. That shows here just how strong team fight can be. It can always get you back into a game. Trying to cancel the Blink Dagger, but INS, unfortunately, will be the last to fall in this engagement.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is
You get a tower as well, but that's going to be Arms now with the triple kill. The MKB simply doing too much damage, and it is going to be the Mjolnir build for Viper. I thought someone should build the Mjolnir, but it's been a long time since I've seen a Faceless Void build a Mjolnir. At least on the Viper, this makes a lot more sense. You apply that to someone, probably your Faceless Void, as soon as he jumps out of Chrono, and you're going to be proccing lightning like crazy. Of course, the active, I think it's, what, a 25% chance? Yeah, when you get 20% chance to release the damage, and then 25% to get it on attack. Interesting. Yep, that's a good item. Good attack speed with the Dragon Lens. You saw how much damage he did in that Chrono, and he's going to be hoping to at least get in some good amounts of damage here in the team fights. Great Chrono there, catching 3. He time walks out. They bait him in with the Arena of Blood, and then simply just turn.
What have we here?
That time, though, they do get rid of the raid boss. That is, of course, our PL. He's going to go back for the Basher now. Wouldn't mind seeing any... No, actually, you do not want to go for a Butterfly this game. It's already an MKB up. That'll probably just get him to go for the Ags and destroy you with the AoE. Time Walk Bash. Yule Scepter going to be the build next for Dark Naga. He's definitely playing a very big utility sort of role this game. They got plenty of minus armor. You know, up to -6. I mean, let's do the math here, right? We don't quite yet have an AC up. I don't know who would build one. Maybe the Slardar eventually. First, he needs a BKB, so we're a bit further away from that one. But once we do get AC, it's going to be another -5. Of course, the Deso's another -6, so we're at -11. Minus what? 20 from this? Yep. So -31 is going to be where all the minus armor stands currently, which is more than enough for everyone. They will roll in, though. Dark Mago barely alive here, as they will be able to dispel the silence. Kisses now raining down on the Destroyers. Going to activate the Ghost Scepter to try and roll away. Oh, the Kisses, though, after him are going to just barely miss, just out of range. Now, Tombstone out of the high ground is Dark Mago in a bad spot. He's been caught and killed. Arms nearby in case he was needed. Slowed there by the Eye of Scotty of the PL. Well, Scott now has Blink and nearly actually the full BKB to follow suit. As I like this guy. He's got a freaking Meteor Hammer in his quick buy. You gotta respect that, honestly. Roshan has respawned now. Little boy has scouted it, but wants this kill onto Panda before he goes. He's gonna miss the spear pretty badly, but now there's gonna be a Chronosphere committed here onto INS alone. That'll secure them the kill to be certain. Panda doesn't really want to use the ulti. It's still level 1, so he's just looking to waste as much time as he can, but Roshan already started up here by the likes of Arms and PP. That's the reason why they use Chrono there to secure the kill. Panda then feels like he has to buy back, but it will be a 4v5 here. Without Chronosphere, without Arena at least, this one is definitely doable. Tombstone back up in 7 seconds, however. Can Omega actually make a fight for this one? It doesn't look like a Destroyer keeping them at bay. Mingate into the pit he goes, but a bit too late. His arm's already with Aegis in his inventory. They've got the bash now onto Oscar. He is dead. PP, though, has been nuked down by Mingate. Little Boy is next. This raid boss is just too scary. They're going to be blocking Destroyer from leaving, as Arms has to pop the BKB to leave. There's 3 buybacks already out from the defenders, and they might have to buy back more as defenders. That's going to be now the 4th hero to die. They've been splitting the kills, this time not all to Mingate, but I can almost guarantee you he's doing most of the damage, and this will now be the 5th person to die in this fight on a killing spree. That was a buyback out from the Undying, and he is now DED dead. 6,000 damage compared to the 4,000 damage. I mean, Dark Mago's seriously doing some damage here, to be certain. It's important not to underestimate him, but PL for right now. He's getting all their attention. He's getting all the lockdown and all the goodies that they're really looking to give him. They even might got to die back here onto Little Boy. Dark Mago just plan on playing with him. Yule Scepter here. In comes the team. We have a Yule's as well here for our Mars. No chance we can get the blink off. Kiss is now raining down, and they have plenty of damage. He's dead now for a full minute and a half as well. They already have the mid lane of barracks, but can at least, they just need to recover a creep wave to then go into either of the other lanes here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Peel and the Illusions, they're going to get to work onto that tier 3 tower. See who's going to be able to dispel the Grove Bow damage amplification. That's a very serious threat to them here. Arms looking to try and nuke them away, but of course the Peel Illusions just doing a bit too much work here in terms of burning all the mana. Rooted down his arms, he's in trouble. He's got BKB, doesn't want to use it on his first life, and he won't. He's going to come back without Chrono for another 25. That'll at least get Omega to back up for now. Nope, just kidding. There's the Abyssal Blade. They gobble up as well. His Arms is dead. He has buyback at the very least. He's going to have to use it in this fight to be certain. No one else on his team actually has buyback available at this point now. Dark Mago on his way out as INS. He's really looking at least to get these barracks. He's not going to be able to do so, as there's going to be some bashes out from Arms. How about that one, Dark Mago? He's been bashed to death there, as that buyback almost immediately paying for itself. Arms with 2 kills there, and 2 killing sprees at that. We'll then be able to get to work here on his next item, which is going to be the Maelstrom. Again, a good item for him this game, to be certain. I can't believe we already had buyback status up 10 minutes into the game.
Soldier's fortune. Wish fulfilled.
We got the now starting to farm up some tier 3 neutrals. It looks like we're going to see a smoke gank here potentially. Who's got the smoke? Probably the Earth Spirit. Indeed he does. 5-man smoke then. Without Dark Mago, this would be the ideal time to fight here for the Latam defenders. They're still down 11k. Make that 10k now. They're going to try for the triangle. Unfortunately, no one even there any longer. This mid lane, they do scout him here. Oh, we have the Chrono at the ready. We are going to get Abyssal the first here. That's not going to leave him too much mana, but just enough now, as he's not able to use really anything else now. Doesn't get any damage done to Mingate. Tombstone zombies are spawning like mad, however, lagging the entire stream to be certain, as there's the kill onto the Earth Spirit, but they've already gone out, and now the 2-man, oh, beautiful out there on the route into the 2-man cookie. Arms needs to back up. He's going to try and TP, immediately cancel. They even yeeted Panda just in case they need him, as PP then is going to be disarmed. 5 seconds as well. Can't get anything done. 2 buybacks, 2 diebacks make that on the course. The GG will be dropped, and it's going to be Omega taking game number 1.
Radiant victory.
Very well played to Omega. They keep their cool. They fight around the raid boss that is PL, and he definitely repays them the favor later on into the game. So that will be then the 1-0 lead for Omega Esports. A very convincing game out from them. That safe lane really didn't have any issues whatsoever. Well played to Omega, who will then lead in our series. We're going to be going to a short break, guys. When we come back, game number 2 and possibly our final game of the day here for the LPG game. We'll see you in a bit. back, everyone. We are now live with game number 2 of our series between the Defenders and Omega Gaming. Omega take a very convincing game 1, gave plenty of support to the Mingate PL, and it worked out very, very well for them indeed. As we'll now be getting underway with our second game already. The draft is going to be started. I like the pick here for Omega. I think they predict that they want to run the Omni Sven, so they go ahead and steal that away from them. Don't give them the option. Lots of scary heroes though already here for Mingate. Or sorry, rather for Omega Gaming, who are going to maybe preempt a pick here. Think maybe potentially Defenders were thinking about the Morphling, so the AA pick to kind of just make you think twice about it for sure. Also effectively bans out the Alchemist as well. But what I was going to say was, you have INS on the Marana, you have, of course, Dark Mago Kunkka, Mingate on basically any carry, and it's already looking pretty good here for the side of Omega, to be honest. They still need a middle laner. Actually, no, they don't. Ursa is the pick. Interesting. That's a bit risky when you don't exactly know who you're up against, though, is the issue I have. Feel like you could go for... Well, first of all, Torrent Storm is amazing this game for Kunkka. So much control that is kind of unpredictable for Ursa, as well as for the Lesh. Maybe even something like a Veno you're thinking of. The Mars is not a bad pick, but Ursa actually does pretty decently against him because of the bonus damage you get from the claws. I always forget what his passive is. Fury swipes, that's what it is.
10 seconds. Radiant team ban.
The Ember Spirit ban, interesting. It's interesting by Omega, so they maybe think it's going to be a Lesh offlane. Lesh offlane with a Tusk, 5 Omni with the Ursa. So if they're looking to ban another mid laner, who would you ban?
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Perhaps a... I'm not sure, actually.
Dire team ban.
The ban is the Nature's Prophet. That makes sense against the Ursa. Although Ursa doesn't really suffer against him that much anymore thanks to the new Empower. Makes you do a front flip so you can actually ignore a bit of pathing there. But I think it's still a very wise ban, of course. I don't know, I feel like you could still really get away with a Venomancer this game. There's the Storm Spirit ban. That's the other one I was expecting. I don't know what else you pick against Kunkka. It's a very bad OD game, unfortunately. Is it? Yeah, it's not that great. Because you set yourself up for a very easy arrow if you try and save yourself with Astral. You might be able to mess with the time and like Ice Blast, but that's not exactly guaranteed. I don't think that's a reason why you pick the AA or the OD. If you pick the OD, it's to try and kite around the Sven a bit more with your Ags and to dumpster Kunkka in the lane. But Kunkka is always going to get farmed no matter what, so I don't know if that's exactly worth it. Plus then you have an offlane Lesh and an OD and an Ursa, all 3 heroes that need to farm incredibly early on. You need a farm independent hero here on the Defenders is the issue. Unless it's I'm among the same boat here as Omega that I think it's going to be an offlane Lesh. And if that's the case, we need something that can just farm other heroes or that doesn't need farm in the mid lane. That's why I think the Spirits are particularly strong bans here against the side of the Defenders. Because right now the draft is a bit greedy. as it stands. And, you know, I don't know what mid laner you pick here to address that.
Team pick.
Okay, so it's an off lane then, so that's how you address it, by running the Lesh mid. I think that's a good choice. Lesh to farm the early stacks are on minute 12, 13, 14, and then Ursa gets the rest of them basically for the rest of the game. You run a bit of a timer with this draft though. Ursa, at least he's a little bit better into the late game, and his power spike is going to be right around where Sven does get his core items as well. So with some good teamfight coordination, you might be able to take it, and the Axe is definitely a really strong, pardon me, pick. Maybe even a deny pick here for the side of Omega. Yeah, but it leaves you open to the Enigma. For melee heroes, I was considering this for game number 1 early on, and they're going to take it here. You can punch out, you can walrus punch the Enigma outside of the black hole if he's not careful with his placement. So we'll see here if we get to see that one. And I'm excited for that. Yeah, right now it's going to have to be a Lesh outside of the Chrono or the Tusk outside of a Chrono. The Axe AoE call range I don't think is going to be great enough. That's something I'm a bit unsure of, though. Let me find that out here real quick, because now I'm curious. Enigma, black hole. Cast range of 275, and its radius is 420. I forgot that Valve did that. Very balanced number. Axe call AoE is 300, so you shouldn't be able to call him. Yeah, you should. Wait, is that the radius or AoE? That is effect radius, yeah. The Axe should not be able to call you so long as you put a Chronosphere on top of yourself, because you can, I mean, we can't see the cast range now, and also they're not pausing, so I can't actually show you. But normally, you know, if there's an AoE of like 400 or whatever, as long as you cast it in the middle and not out here, because there it is, now I can draw. Right, let me get rid of these hints so I can kind of tell you what I'm talking about. I think it's in advanced, isn't it? Actually, I cannot check. I always forget where these hints are. I used to think they were over here. Nope, no idea. All right, well, either way, we'll do it over here or something like that. So basically, the Enigma, he can get, like, you know, he's got to cast it. I can't draw on the map when the game is paused, even. What a meme. He's got to cast Black Hole in the center of himself here, is what it comes down to. Walrus Punch cast range is 150, so I don't know if you can reach there either. Again, you can do it if the Enigma messes up and he... Oh, there's always some bugs. I know the fix. All he's got to do is relaunch the game and it'll be fine. But that's interesting. I've never seen. Anyway, normally if you cast Black Hole from its max range, then you're going to be in some trouble. It still surrounds you a bit, so the only thing he's got to be careful for, if he can afford it, which makes playing the hero a bit more difficult as you'd imagine, is actually making sure he casts Black Hole on himself. There's Dark Mago. He's back already listening to his music.
The battle begins.
As we'll be getting underway, no one contesting the runes. It's 2 apiece. Omega getting the top 2. Actually, Dark Mago was looking to contest the rune, but he's going to be actually able to get that one. So Omega then still only get 2. But it will be the defenders then with 2 of their own as well. Already early off with the denies, of course, is going to be Oscar with the first points here into the Eidolons. Very easily able to get that deny well out of range. He's going to get that mana regen working in his favor as well, and that's what he's going to be looking for. Alrighty, Dark Mago. Yeah, he can kind of just have his way in this lane here for the most part. Dark Mago, very experienced Kunkka player, so he definitely knows where the strengths and weaknesses are here in this draft, or sorry, in this matchup. Should be a fun one to watch, but what's important, let's make sure not to miss too many kills here, as we will be swapping the lanes, actually. Mingate is going to be heading... actually, no, we're not swapping the lanes. I'm stupid. Mingate is going to be top here as normal. I got confused. I thought he was still on the Radiant side like last game, but we have switched sides. I apologize. As we see Arms getting a bit aggressive here towards the Eidolons. A bit difficult for him to kill him, especially with only Empower, but I mean, this is going to be free money for him, essentially. 50 gold for that 2 last hits. So long as he's in XP range for the whole time, he's going to be pretty happy with that. Panda ticking down here quite low. Probably going to use the healing salve immediately as soon as the Battle Hunger ends. Or maybe not, just some tangos. They will kill the Courier, however. Morana, what a hero. Very balanced. As our... Now, actually, a really good stun there on a Dark Mago. He's going to eat plenty of attacks off from the tower. Doesn't have a bottle quite yet. He does have a healing salve that maybe he was prepared for that dive, but perhaps caught off guard there. Destroyer, trying to go for the Courier here, is going to eat a stun instead. As a little boy, our Naked Axe is going to be looking for just probably the max builds here. Pretty standard Battle Hunger into counter Helix. Eventually, we're going to put a few more points into the Berserker's Call so you can have that lockdown. But it's going to be a pretty strong game overall here for Omega. First blood then in the top lane, as they will get one in. Oh, they were not going to be able to do so, actually. Mingate not too confident trying for the revenge kill. So Panda just to fall first. They will be able to right-click him down. Didn't want to use that healing salve, and instead he's going to have to take the trip back home here from the base. Unfortunately, he dies a bit too early to be useful as a TP over to the mid lane. So he's going to go back top lane. So he's not going to... If he dies, he won't be actually having a TP to refill the Kunkka's bottle here for the 4-minute bounty rune, or for the 4-minute power rune contest. It's going to be an important one. So Warrior going to be struggling a bit here versus all the Eidolons, to be honest. Of course, his base damage is pretty low, all things considering, but he gets his damage from the Fury Swipe, so him needing to not click on Creep and prep those for easy last hits and instead go for Eidolons is going to severely reduce his amount of last hits in the lane here. Or at least it's going to reduce his effective last hits. I mean, you get a little bit of gold for killing these guys for sure, but it's not exactly super worth it, as long as if you're missing any range creep, that is. So far, so good for him, though. As mid lane, they're going to kill another Courier there. They're even going to kill 2 Courier. INS just going deep there. We'll find 2 Couriers. That's pretty big here. 65 gold here for every single player on the side of Omega off the back of that. It's going to allow Dark Mago to get his bottle. Nice and early, of course. He already bought that by the time the Couriers died, but now he's going to have it even earlier. Level 5 as well. X mark the spot, as we will now have a TP coming in. Great arrow there is going to result in PP needing a little bit of a dispel, as the rune will spawn top for him, which is good news because of that arrow stun, they were actually unable to refill his bottle there. Good rotations out from the supports, as of course Morana Kunkka is one heck of a combo. Axe had a interesting voice line there. Wasn't too sure about that. He's definitely killed Panda first already. As now Panda potentially in some trouble. We got the tag team at the ready, but maybe just looking to force out the war cry there to make sure that they stay alive. As INS is going to be returning home leaving our Enigma all alone for now. Still only level 4, not level 5 though. He's got some pretty insane experience, to be honest. The Mirana is going to be suffering though, just shy of level 3, as she will then look to rotate towards the top lane. We have an arrow now, going to be flying in. That'll connect onto Destroyer, but the Snowball actually is going to dodge that one out, pulling in the axe. Now the call onto 2 here. It looks like they're still going to try and turn this here in favor of the Radiant. As Little Boy with the kill onto Panda, Mingate. And now looking for this one onto Destroyer, but Destroyer taking him for a run in and around the trees. Mingate, he's going to go ahead and back off then. Instead, more important to go for the creep there at that point. Very good Snowball though to dodge the arrow. Not sure if he meant to do that, but in either case, he's going to be able to do that quite effectively. As INS is just going to be able to run down Destroyer, then he will be located and killed. Level 6 for both of our mid laners means we should have level 6 really soon for Oscar, who, again, has been basically alone the entire time in this bottom lane. Going for the Blink Dagger first here after the Null Talisman and the Arcane Boots. As careful here, Omni Knights. Good damage here that these Eidolons actually end up doing to you, but free last hits for him, 75 gold, not too bad. Oscar unable to actually clear those too quickly, as that was going to be just a simple boat into X mark the spot combo there. Very, very effective there for Dark Mago. He's now going to be looking to gank top lane. Doesn't have a boat, but does have a haster. And in fact, they're going to be TPing because in trouble is going to be Mingate yet again. Trying to keep him alive. Snowball, though, to close the gap. Will secure his fate as the Torrent not on time. Hasteroon will condemn Little Boy, almost condemning as well Panda, as the arrow will sail past Destroyer. In some trouble here, however, is going for the body blocks. We have another shards here in just about a second. He's going to have to turn around to use them, and it's going to be Dark Mago with the haster and simply just taking the long, scenic route around the shards. Then good stuff there. Good counter rotation for Omega. They do, however, lose their safe laner a little bit early. That's not too big of a deal because Kunkka now has plenty of farm. Even your Enigma here is going to be quite farmed as well, as he will... I think he TPs. Yeah, he TPs to the tier 2 tower. Nearly level 6. They're looking to try and zone him out as much as possible. 4 stacks of the Fury Swipes, though. Puts him in a bit of a dicey position, so he's going to be forced into the jungle then for his level 6. Very effective job in this safe lane here, coming through from the side of the defenders. As they will then look to continue to try and extend... Well, trying to minimize the lead is actually... It is slightly in favor of Omega by about 1,000. Top lane, they might be looking to fight, because I do hear actually a Leshrac nearby. But no, not really able to do too much. Instead, Lash and Dark Mago going to be fighting here. Boat combo incoming here for PP, now out of mana, but the Diabolic Edict explosions continue. That's going to force away Dark Mago and both INS after Destroyer strolls on up, ready to go ahead and start a fight. Dark Mago might be in some trouble here. No, he's going to be okay. We don't have a point of the degen aura, so he's actually not going to be able to close the gap too early, as Panda and INS easily are able to collect a kill there onto Destroyer. Dark Mago low on HP and seems to be willing to fight here into the Torrent combo. INS leaping on forward, cold feet, plenty of damage here. So Panda, yeah, look at this. Panda actually maxing, well, putting 2 points into cold feet here, which is great DPS here initially. Damage per take is 50, reduced, of course, by 25%, but still pretty darn strong, all things considering. Ursa Warrior is going to be going for a Battle Fury this game for Fuzzy Wuzzy. As we now have level 6 on Enigma, so showing up and getting ready to party with him is a bit more difficult here, because trying to pop the Enrage as soon as the Black Hole comes out is easier said than done. Also, your status resist is not going to be it's not going to be put to use whatsoever, because Black Hole is just an AoE ground targeted ability and is not affected by status resist. Malefice is, however. I think it just means it stuns you more frequently, though. The stuns, of course, they last less longer, but it's kind of an anti-synergy there. Panda in some trouble. He's getting dove in this top lane. There's going to be the Axe Call. He spins once, he spins twice, and there's the dunk. Mingate, though, looking for the revenge kill, as he did get the cold feet to proc. He's going to struggle, really, however, in this lane to get any of these guys. They're quite tanky indeed. arrow, as they are looking for now our poor little Omni Knight, trying to juke him in and around the trees. He goes, trying to maintain broken vision here. Dark Mago cutting down a tree, though. Oh, actually, no, does not get juked. He was just going to go around here for the cleave. Arms now, beautiful torrent to catch him into the arrow. There's the status resist, though, and the X mark the spot will bring him right back into now a boat, which will not connect. So, I mean, Arms is going to be good to go here. Ooh, nearly dying to the cleave. 20 HP he's going to live on. Just a hair. Now, PV looking to zone out Dark Mago, who's continuing to just farm very rudely in front of him and the rest of his jungle. Destroyer nearby. We've got Ice Shards at the righty. Beautiful arrow, though. Should stop that one as Dark Mago hitting him with the left and right. But now, I think, unfortunately, he's going to be hit with plenty of Edict explosions. He will go down. INS as well. Finally dies to the likes of Fuzzy Wuzzy. And I think a little bit too aggressive there from the side of Omega. Some early aggression, not too bad. You slow down the farm, but as of now, this point here, still a 3K net worth lead favoring Omega. There's our Sven. Then this might be a kill into Ursa. He doesn't have the Enrage. We don't yet have, of course, the Ice Blast, however, so he's going to be good to go. As no God Strength active there. Might have made the difference. But almost an Echo Saber now on top of the Mask of Madness. Again, you've all seen Dota. You know what's happening. Surprised he doesn't... Yeah, I was going to say, you should get that Oblivion Staff in there, though. That might have actually gotten me the kill. Oscar in trouble. He's not going to be able to get off a black hole as the damage is too high. Purification providing that pure damage cuts right through this man. Top lane. Drums are going to be the item of choice, at least for now, for the side of Dark Mago. I'd like to see him go for something else here, though. Maybe even a Disarm, a Yule Scepter. He's always really great against Ursa because it completely ignores status resist.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know what else you would really want to go for. Perhaps an Urn I could see a case for. I just don't know what your intermediary item, so I don't necessarily disagree with the drums because honestly I don't have a better suggestion here. Mid lane, Snowball to dodge the Torrent, X-Mark combo. Will it save him, though? Likely not. Arrow into Ice Blast. They're going to at least give him with the status resist, but Walrus Punch is going to end his life there. Dark Mago just right-clicking him a little bit too much. PP nearby, has the Yule Scepter, decides to try and just hit the Earth Splitter just straight on without the Yules. He's doing it hard mode, and that is going to... I mean, he needs to save it for this, I suppose, but he actually just sets himself up perfectly anyway for the arrow of INS. They did actually use the Guardian Angel here, body blocks, though, to make sure Mingate gets this kill, as he will with the cleave damage there, which lags just a little bit behind. That'll be then 2 kills there, 1 again here onto the Lesh. That's going to be his 2nd death of the game, as Omega are going to be looking to down push their advantage. Up 4K, 7-10 here. This is a crazy TP in from the Ursa Warrior. He's going to use Enrage immediately. X mark the spot, though, straight into all the lockdown for him. This is a bit silly out from him. There's an axe call, though. The Blink Dagger removed from Little Boy. Is it going to be able to get the kill onto anyone? It will. Mingate now dead. Ursa as well has gone down, and also Destroyer is going to take a dive. But still alive for now is Little Boy. Dark Mago looking to fight here versus 2. They have plenty of magic damage there with the Ice Vortex. Dark Mago, though, with the cleave, the black hole from Oscar, though, is beautiful. He's going to catch 2 now with the reveal, and that is going to be then a double kill for Panda. Double kill as well for Dark Mago, as Oscar showing off the brand new Blink Dagger and the black hole. Very, very good stuff there from Omega. Now up 5K. They decide not to push the tier 1 tower. Lesh is back alive. They're a little bit lower on HP, but they can feel real good about that play. Four-second Midnight Pulse duration is pretty insane. I mean, it's pretty bad because it's already 12 seconds long. So why bother? Because no one's going to stand in that for much longer, but you never know. You never know. All right, what do we got here? Why are we smoking? We do have the Blink. Nothing new, but we're still pretty strong for Latam right now. Because, of course, we do have the Blink Dagger. We have the Yule Scepter for PP, which is, I think, much better used as an offensive item than a defensive one this game. But the wraparound, they are going to find Panda first, as Destroyer is going to go in. And there's going to be a 2-man stun. Beautiful off from the Earth Splitter, but they are fighting the Midnight Pulse here of Oscar. Does not have the black hole, but has plenty of damage. Is now PP eating the God Strength here. Mingate, they will force him away, but in the meantime, the axe will go down. Little Boy in trouble. as that is going to be a kill then onto PP. Dark Mago with 2 of those, looking for another one as well. There's the stun to set him up, looking for the cleave because he wants to farm and steal it from Dark Mago. He even pings him and says, come on, dude. I'm trying to farm here. As Dark Mago now going back for the Halberd. A good item this game against the Ursa. And, you know, why not? Good decision making here once again from Omega as they're going to TP Mingate away. TP and then to the tier 2 will be Panda. He's getting ready for bounty runes. Maybe looking to stack.
The prize is mine. Out of my way.
Blink Dagger for Enigma. Black Hole back up in 15. Look at Panda, though. This man gives no shoots. Doesn't give a darn, but however, he will be nuked down. About everyone else he ran into on the side of defenders who were, well, just doing that there in that general vicinity. They're going to now go for a kill bottom onto Oscar. He's got the boys to protect him, and the Blink Dagger away to safety as Oscar, he's now going to get vision of PP, who does not want anywhere near his boys, the Eidolons. They will now come back out, look to farm a little bit more. Some good gold there, PP. I'm surprised you don't want to farm that in addition to that big old wave right there. Yeah, now it's too late. Now you're not going to get him, but you could have. You're not going to, though. His little boy instead is going to eat the arrow of INS. Dark Mago and INS, just a very, very lethal kill squad right now. They dropped a boat on him as well. So we do have Black Hole, and there it is. They will cancel it this time with a snowball. The Yule Scepter is going PP. It's not going to save him, though, as Panda, the beautiful Ice Blast, will connect that one onto all 3 down there. Mingate then with the double kill, just cleaving them all to death. I knew something was coming there. I shouldn't have looked away, but I did. As it's 4 dead, just like that here for the side of the defenders, and now make it a 5th as they have caught arms trying to farm in the enemy jungle. Superman Sven already up and running next into the BKB. Insane farm right now on the side of Omega, as this one basically looking all but secured for them here at this point in the game. Farming already out of control. We barely only got tier 2 items to drop. Ursa, of course, with the Battle Fury, will begin to accelerate his farm. Nearly has a BKB, but that alone is not going to give him the damage nor the attack speed he really needs, especially against a Disarm, especially against, well, a Yule Scepter, the Torrent. It's a big problem for them, but they will smoke now out of the base here and look for some fights, at least seeing what they can get. On the high ground they go. There seems to be some communication issues, however, as they are being led awry, but that's because they do have vision there of Dark Mago in the mid lane. Little boy ready to make the jump. He's going to find one. It gets the creep wave over to him as well, but invis is Dark Mago. There's going to be now some good damage here on the Destroyer. Just absolutely nukes down. Percentage-based damage nuking through him. Arrow catching Omni Knight there somehow, to be honest. I'm not quite sure. Maybe it tagged his arm or something, but either way, it's going to stun him to death. As now, I think this is going to be Omega potentially looking for Roche. We should have, yeah, God Strength up soon. Will we need it? Maybe. Probably not. Arrow here into the Cold Feet stun as well. Into Mingate, just doing a ton of damage. I think they're going to be A-okay. Not much defenders can really do about this one at this point in time. Axe with no blade mail, only with the Blink Dagger. Has not really been able to get his team off to the start that we're looking for. Now, nearly a full BKB on top of the Yule Scepter for our Lesh has been completed. Bottom lane, Mingate ready to go in here onto Arms. He does have the Moonlight Shadow active. Might just murder an Omni Knight here, though. We'll see who he wants to go on. For now, he wants the Ursa, but Ursa, Fuzzy Wuzzy not returning to the lane. Omni Knight, he's like, I knew I shouldn't have been farming out here. He was watching me the whole darn time. 50% status resist, though. It's only going to stun him twice there, but it's more than enough stuns than they need there for that kill. Mingate now on a killing spree, looking for this bottom tier 2. He's got a little bit of a creep wave here and a couple Eidolon, so he's going to be able to clear this wave real easy, and that will then be a tower. They kill Dark Mago's courier, and we'll celebrate, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Destroyer's gonna get caught. He didn't killed. He was maybe looking to snipe some couriers, go for the Bounding Runes. I apologize, missed that one. Had to ban a stupid message in the chat.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Little boy looking to go bottom here. Yule Scepter will connect onto our Mingate. Doesn't have the BKB active yet. Still has the second life, however, along with the God Strength to use. As the Ice Blast is a bit late here. Edict Explosion just straight to the Split Earth he will go. We actually don't have a save for Mingate, but he will be able to get down to the low ground because there was a creep down there. That was actually very wise now, as PP could be in some trouble if they're unwilling to make the jump there. The Agnum Scepter, by the way, is too strong. Nerf it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I imagine this is going to be for an AC then for our Sven. Just casually going for a Hyperstone. I'm not really sure what it's for, as there's going to be a fight breaking out now. Yule Scepter, though, for Panda, as there's a bit of miscommunication. There's already Mingate nuking down the position 5, much more valuable, as we did at least get the Ice Blast off. Axe needs to get out of here. Ice Shards to try and prevent Mingate from closing the gap, but that's not happening now, as Little Boy free to TP away after the Maleficence's end, and obviously not wanting to commit a Black Hole, only for an Axe. X marked the spot to bring him right back to his death, and 3 kills for Mingate, just like that. Tier 1 tower will go down shortly as well with the God Strength activated, as well as Mask of Madness. Mingate is going to casually 2-hit the entire creep wave and then lead the boys on to further victory here. 16k, 12-30 here, 22 minutes into the game, and Omega really do have quite certain control over this game now. BKB as well for our Enigma, so not only Walrus Punch is going to be able to cancel him, or an Abyssal Blade here, which is still but a pipe dream here for our Ursa Warrior. As they now have fortified for both tier 2 towers here in the mid lane. On the top lane here to try and stay alive a bit longer. There's an Axe call, though, a pretty decent one. Getting some good spins now onto our Sven. Yule Scepter, though, to prevent Axe, or sorry, make the Ursa from going any further. As up to the high ground goes Mingate, completely ignoring the Ice Shards. Good Ice Shards, but, you know, this hero is broken, so we're not allowed to kill him. Roshan not up yet. Of course, they lost Aegis pretty early on as they were trying to force something there. The call, they've locked down Dark Mago of the Black Hole. Now they've caught 2 heroes, and it's the 2 most important ones through the BKB as well of PP, as the magic damage will not go through. He's completely immune for now, with the BKB expiring soon. As Dark Mago now in trouble. They have caught in the kill onto Mingate, however, the Ursa Warrior managing that one. They will disarm him now, but here's now plenty of damage for the Kunkka. He's gone down as well, as now Omega in some trouble, but everyone's still quite low on HP here. Arms, the lone survivor now, is Omega blinking forward to finish him off. 3 double kills. Arms with a triple kill there, I believe. But in the end, it will be a full team wipe here in favor of Omega with only 2 survivors, Panda and Oscar. Very great game. Very great fight, rather, I should say, out from Omega. Divided and conquered for sure by kind of the Ursa, by the Axe as well. Axe locking down the Kunkka, which is all the lockdown that they needed to protect Sven. Black Hole as well onto those two to counter-initiate, but in the meantime, they do lose their Mingate, which is most of their damage right now. Unfortunately, by that time, they already got most of the damage in, so it didn't really make too much of a difference. Will slow down Mingat this game, but not by much, and then will allow the Ursa to catch up a little bit more here. He's now got a full BKB here. Should have gotten some decent gold there for killing. Yeah, I mean, Dark Mago he got 650 gold from. He killed INS and got 544. Where's the kill here onto... Yeah, oh my goodness, actually, that Ursa got like 1,500 gold in that team fight just from his 3 kills alone. So that's going to now get him almost to full basher. Not quite, but finish it off as BKB, as well as a... Mithril Hammer for the Basher. Good damage on our Ursa then. That's going to be stacking up quite nicely.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gotta be careful you don't just lose your mid tower, boys, though. Shouldn't happen with the wagon here. As we'll see, maybe Omega want to make a push. They have all the ultis back up now, a full AC. That's what I predicted it was for, this Hyperstone. PP is going to make very quick work there of the poor little wagon. That is the Torrent AoE talent, so there's no Aghanim Scepter yet. Dark Mago instead, he's like, I want a Moon Shard, and he's going to have a Moon Shard now on the Kunkka. You know, it's an interesting build, to say the least. He's going to drop a Quelling Blade on the Bracer for his Courier, as he now wants a BKB. Moonlight Shadow active. They will be able to scout INS here with the Sentry Ward, but now PP forced to use the BKB here early on. The Black Hole now connecting onto 2. They have nothing to stop this one either. Trying to heal him up, but now, unfortunately, the Omni Knight just walks right into it. GA would not have helped very much there either, but 3 heroes dead just like that. Roshan might respawn as soon as in 30 seconds. You're going to have at least a 10-second buffer where PP will not be available. And a tough game here. As Omega, they're going to probably looking for a couple of tier 2s here already. Dark Mago pushing the mid lane here with his freaking Moonstone, as well as top lane being pushed in by Mingate. Activated the ulti there nice and early just to make sure he had all the damage he needed. He's not going to find anything to farm here, unfortunately, but he'll get to work on the tier 2 rather quickly. How long will that be for Roshan number 2? We shall see. It is going to be a long one. 2 minutes long. The teams don't know that. All they know is that it hasn't respawned yet. I think Omega, they're going to have to go back and check it. As their Courier is going to scout it and let him know. He's not here quite yet. Oscar is going to get the top tier 2, however, with the Eidolons, as smoked up, but not very stealthily, is going to be the rest of Latam defenders. Nearly having a full Aghanim Scepter now for our Leshrac. That's going to help him do a lot more teamfight damage here. Is so close to level 18 as well. Was probably hoping for it there, but not going to find anything. They will scout a Courier going into the pit, but they have bigger things in mind. There's level 18 now, level 3 on the Pulse Nova. That might make the difference here between life and death for a few people here. As PP potentially in some trouble. Arrow's going to connect. They are locking down Destroyer for a long time as Panda will now be jumped. That's going to set him up for the bow into the Torrent, though. Yule Scepter. So as the GA will be dropped. And he got the jumping right in, though. Arms popping his own BKB. He has the Basher. He was hoping for one there. Didn't end up finding one. As X marked the spot, it's going to be used aggressively now onto Little Boy. Divided and conquered. He was separated and left behind from his team. He will be then killed. Arms still has the Enrage as the INS blinking forward on the Mirana. Has a leap charge, but not too many. It actually gets bashed up, but there's now the Enrage as Mingata taking a lot of damage here, as well as with the Battle Fury, actually. That's a decent amount of spill. He's going to dodge the both the Arrow and the Torrent, but will eventually die there. As there's going to Axe Call now onto 2. We have Black Hole in 9 seconds. It's not going to matter much as Mingata already dead. Dark Mago just right-clicking everyone to death. 3 kills for him. I think he cleaved off of one of those, but he's attacking so fast it's hard to tell. As now the Omni Knight will be the lone survivor. Down he will go. Oscar has the Black Hole then for the next fight. Roshan still not up. He's going to be up in 10 more seconds, however. And it's now going to be a full 5-man wipe in exchange only for the life of Mingate there on the side of Omega. Net worth lead now extends to 28 in favor of Omega. 28 minutes into the game. Very great call, though. Nice damage being done. Unfortunately, it's a bit of an issue of how farmed Omega are at this point in the game. As there's going to be Roche respawning and will be found first here by the defenders. For now, the Courier's on Omega, too busy actually shuttling the items on over, back and forth from the base and to their heroes. This should be at least a mid-tier 3 tower down. We'll see what more they want to go for. Looks like they're going to take the melee barracks very quickly. They might be able to get both here, actually, quite surprisingly. I'll back off. Orb of Destruction will do that. 4 armor reduction. Does add up. As now they will be able to spot Roshan as well. Aegis and Cheese on this bad boy. We do have BKBs, calls, and just about every single ulti in the game up, except for the Guardian Angel. Another 40 seconds, and another 10 seconds here for the Santevis God Strength. But I think this should be most likely a Roshan here for Omega. They already send the arrow on in. They're not even going to... Oh, there goes the Decoyer, as he will then drop. Break the Lincolns of Roge, and in they go. What's it going to be here? The defenders, they're going to actually counter-initiate now. It's the Axe, the first target. They're going to go on the Black Hole now. It catches 3 heroes into the Ice Blast. They're all dead. He's even got another one for the Ursa Warrior, waiting for him to come back down, forcing the GG out from the cold, lifeless hands of the Latam defenders. They will drop and will be eliminated here from the tournament. Well played to Omega Gaming. They take a very clean 2 games off of the defenders, and that's going to be another 2-0 here. I've only casted 2 zeros. I don't know what this is. I think I'm cursed or something like that. But that'll be then our complete day here of the Movistar LPG. Some highlights there at the end for Oscar's highlight reel. But other than that, just a really great game. 2 great games of Dota here out from Omega, as they will take the 2-0 victory. Just to recap our day, we did as well see Beast Coast fall 2-0 to Team Unknown. So Beast Coast eliminated from the tournament. Tomorrow's matches will be the Ego Boys versus Unknown and Okari versus Omega, which was a 2-0 win for Okari last time. So I'm very excited to see how this one will play out, as Omega, they will 2-0 the defenders in turn. That'll do it for today's series, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in for our coverage. Hopefully you've enjoyed the cast. If you did, go ahead and drop a follow on the channel to get notified whenever we go live with any Dota for the day. For now, I mean, I don't even have to say on behalf of anyone else, because it's just myself. For now, guys, I hope you stay safe, and we will see you tomorrow for the decider matches to determine who will be joining Team Brazil and Thunder Predator in the playoff brackets for the LPG final stages. We'll see you then, guys. Take it easy.
Live Media, Esports Entertainment, leaders in competitive gaming.